Live. Hey everybody, this is Roberto Blake helping you create something awesome today. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're doing a live stream. We're going to be doing basically a free workshop today. So if you're watching the replay, if you're someone on YouTube, you clicked on this and you're watching the replay, first of all, welcome. I try to do these on Sundays, and we're basically going to do about a roughly 3-hour plus workshop today on not only YouTube strategy, but the main thing I want to give you today is a process so that you can stop struggling on YouTube. So we're going to focus on skill building. We're going to focus on your overall strategies, and we're going to also talk heavily about scheduling your content. So that's something that is going to be really important that we're going to talk about today. And I tried to structure this somewhat in advance in the show note to the description on YouTube so that you can kind of follow along. We'll put more detailed timestamps in there to help you follow along so that you understand. And we're going to also be using some very specific tools when it comes to aspects of this. So I want to give you that. We're going to teach you some stuff about actually crafting thumbnails. And I'm going to be showing you a lot of that in Photoshop. Let me bring up my screen here so that you can see that we're going to be actually it's going to be show. It's not just going to be tell. If you are familiar with the stream, we do deep dives. We go directly into the back end of my YouTube analytics. But guess what? We can also literally go here into Photoshop, and I can show you thumbnail crafting directly in Photoshop and how we make pretty effective thumbnails from scratch. Some videos hit or miss sometimes, but a big part of it is a lot of you are just not particularly good at making thumbnails. So we're going to talk about that. I'm also going to show you some of the thumbnail templates that I have. We have something that is called the YouTube Starter Kit. We also have the Creator Starter Pack. Those are linked in the description, and those have a bunch of thumbnail templates for you. The YouTube Starter Kit has thumbnail templates and also title formulas. We'll talk about topic, idea generation. We're going to show you how to do that with ChatGPT. If you're struggling and you can't do it on your own, no matter how much I tell you, this is how you do a title, this is how you structure it, this is how you come up with your ideas. If you're struggling with that, we're just going to show you how to streamline and speed ramp that using ChatGPT to help you assist you with ideation. It's not meant to replace you. I'm going to show you how you could use that, and also you can supplement it with a tool I use called TubeBuddy. That should be linked down below. TubeBuddy is one of my biggest affiliates. They're not sponsoring this month, but we usually use them. We're going to use that with ChatGPT, so you actually can go, okay, I can generate ideas. I can help craft my titles, make them a little bit better, and then I can use some of what Roberto teaches. We've done an entire 4-hour workshop that I'll link for how to do thumbnails in Photoshop. We did a 4-hour workshop just on Photoshop before. You should watch the replay of that if you're struggling with Photoshop. Making better thumbnails, crafting really good titles that are easy for your viewers to understand, actually understanding what topics you should pick in your niche for your audience based on the law of supply and demand. That would really help a lot of you. And then figuring out timing, whether that's going to look like, am I just going to be consistent? Do I need to try to jump on trend as quickly as possible? So topic, title, thumbnail, and timing decides the views that you're going to get, and it displays the value to a viewer. If there's not value for the viewer, the views are going to be inconsistent. If the value is not clear, if the value is not clear to the viewer, views are going to be inconsistent. So that's a big deal. So we're going to talk about that. I know most of y'all are literally working class content creators. You have a full-time job. You do YouTube on the side. We're going to literally talk about how to properly build a sane and reasonable schedule as a working class content creator, and how you're going to do this on top of having a 9-to-5 job, because that is most of you. Most advice that you get tends to be from big YouTubers. It usually tends to be, and again, I'm not saying it's bad advice to say make the best videos ever, but it's really bad advice if you literally are a working class creator, you have literally no time, no energy, no experience, no expertise, no extra manpower to help you, nobody to carry a camera for you, nobody to help you with this stuff, nobody to edit for you, making the best videos ever. Most people who would give you that advice were not capable of making the best videos ever until they were making about maybe $5,000 a month from their content. So it's really not that helpful when someone's struggling to make their first $1,000 on YouTube to say make the best videos ever. You have to figure out, how do I reasonably make something decent that can start performing, that can start making money, that I can put back into my channel, that I can use to grow. 88% of people on this platform do not get 1,000 views on a single video that they make. 88% of the videos upload to YouTube before 2020. There's a case study. I'm trying to remember whether this was from Oxford Economics or somebody else. I can't remember right now, but there was a case study. 88% of videos uploaded before the year 2020 on YouTube didn't get 1,000 views. We already know that 90% of channels never get to 10,000 subscribers. We know there's only 3 million people in the YouTube Partner Program. There's 69 channels tracked by Social Blade. Social Blade doesn't track most small channels, doesn't track a lot of international channels. We know there's about roughly 100 million channels worldwide. There's about 50 million active YouTube uploaders worldwide. There's 2.5 billion viewers worldwide. 60% of all views on YouTube are international, non-English speaking channels. And we know that there are only about roughly, I think it's now roughly 50,000 YouTube channels in America with silver play buttons, 350,000 silver play buttons worldwide out of 3 million in the partner program, 100 million channels worldwide, 50 million channels that upload content every month. YouTube's hard. YouTube's hard. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. YouTube's really hard. But let's jump into the stream agenda. Let's talk about planning for consistency, and let's talk about skills every YouTuber needs. We'll talk about scheduling content when you work full time. Then we'll talk about some strategies for actually growing a channel. And so we'll cover that, and that'll be the top of the hour. Then we'll move on to a demonstration of the generation of your topics, your thumbnails, titles that we can craft. And we'll talk then about timing and trend jacking. Then we'll move on to how you make quality content. We'll talk about production quality. We'll talk about personality and storytelling. Then we'll talk about performance and pacing so that you can make videos that people can move along through. And then finally, going into the third hour, we'll talk about monetization and making your first $1,000 on YouTube. Then we'll talk about diversifying your monetization. And then we'll end with how to sell your own products, and that's what we'll be covering today. Yep. Comparing yourself to big creators, absolute disaster. Comparison is going to be a theft of joy. Most of you don't have the time freedom. Like I said, you work a 9-to-5 job. Most of you, that means that after 9-to-5 job, family, responsibilities, whatever else you're doing, you probably have 10 to 20 hours a week tops that you could possibly put into content creation. So we have to figure out how to be efficient and make the most of that. A lot of you don't have the investment capital. So we got to figure out what reasonable gear that you can use. I typically recommend something like either your phone or the Sony ZV-1F. With the Sony ZV-1F, which we're doing a giveaway once we hit 600,000 subscribers on the channel. If that happens sooner rather than later, that'd be great for people. We're doing actually a giveaway of this plus a whole vlogging kit. This is a really good camera. This is about $500, has a flip out screen, has a microphone jack, has everything you need to make decent quality content creation. My third camera is actually really close to the quality you'll get out of this because it's the Sony ZV-E10. So basically, this has almost a similar lens to this one, a 20 millimeter pancake lens. The difference is this one detaches. They both have the eye tracking. If I just push the button here, this will track my eye. And so I did literally have to put something in front for it to start to be a problem. So you can see that it's doing eye tracking, face tracking, keeping me in focus. So very good cameras for about under $700, but this one is probably easiest, most compact for you, but you'll get about roughly this quality. And it's the same focal length because this is a 20 millimeter with no zoom on it there. Some of y'all could start with your phone, but yeah, you just, if you don't have a lot of resources, it is actually fairly difficult starting out as a small content creator with little resources, nobody to help you, and then you don't have experience. So just a lot of stuff that should be acknowledged when it comes to this advice. Should actually be acknowledged. Architectural Sheet Metal 101 says, what kind of transformation value outcomes does a skilled trade channel provide for its viewers? Thanks again, RB, for all you do for us. I'm going to address this question And then I'm going to kind of hold the super chats and go back to them. But I am going to address this question because I think it actually is a very good question for anybody, regardless of the content that you're making. So in this case, the outcome is for skilled trade channels. So a skilled trade channel is talking to somebody who is either already working in the trades, like sheet metal, possibly somebody working, as an HVAC repair person, electrician, plumber, somebody who might be, installing piping, things of that nature. Okay. So if your audience is the blue collar working class, you need to keep in mind what will resonate and what will relate to them. I don't think that overly graphic design style thumbnails, for example, communicates value to them. What communicates value to them is somebody that proves that they understand who the audience is and somebody who's doing the work. So what they need to see is a video that shows you working on site, even in the thumbnail. So it has to be a thumbnail. Thumbnails, even when you're working on something like this, can still be somewhat staged but strategic. So staged but strategic photography-driven thumbnails, I think, become the most important thing you can do if you're addressing anyone in a trade, right? If you're addressing anyone in a trade, then I would want to see, if I'm that person, I want to see you doing the work, but I still want a really, really good thumbnail that conveys that you're doing the work, or that you're on location, or that you're on site, and that I'm going to be shown real people doing real work and not just told that real people are doing real work. So that becomes very important. The title also has to be simple, and it has to show and demonstrate some level of ability, and a desired outcome has to be stated in the video title up front. Some desired outcome. And if it's not a desired outcome, it has to acknowledge a struggle that the viewer would have in this case as somebody working in the trades. So that could be any number of things. Working with a difficult client, not getting paid, avoiding an accident on site, bad foreman, rough, situation where something absolutely collapsed and was devastating, lost the job, any number of things, right? Or, the most disgusting, HVAC repair gig ever. Something that, again, can be informative, is intriguing, is alluring, something that resonates with the audience, something that they relate to in this case. So in a title of a video, you kind of want it to be like that. In terms of the value proposition of the overall channel, you have to decide what the value proposition is. That there's going to introduce people to how to get a career in the trades and teach them about how much money they can make and how to optimize around a career or run a business in the trades and go from, hey, you're starting your own business, you're going on your own, you're starting your own plumbing company, your own electrician company, you're running your own sheet metal company. Like, what are you doing? So it could be that. It could also address multiple layers of it. It could be, okay, here's stuff for the beginners getting into this trade. Here's something for the people who are in the trade doing these dirty jobs, getting it done. And here's people trying to go to the next level in this and everything like that. Hey, how do we take this to the next level? How do we increase profitability here? How do you increase your income? So the thing is, you could also take the level strategy of beginner, intermediate, and advanced. That if I was doing that, then I probably would make, I would say I probably would make 50 to 60% of my content for absolute beginners. And then maybe 30 to 40% of my content for people who are intermediate, people who are in it already, And then I make 10 to 20% for people trying to go to the next level. And then I make something paywalled. That's for the top 1% of my overall audience that's paywalled. So if they want access to me and they want, to go further with me, I think that's how you do it in trades. I think that's how you do it in any education-based business. I think that's how you do it in any career development. I think that's how you do it in any skill building. So boom, I just told you strategy for like people that are doing a YouTube channel of some kind, content creation of some kind right then. And we addressed people doing blue collar trades and manual labor. I just gave you an outline for strategy regarding that. Here's what the value proposition looks like. Here's what the thumbnails for that look like. Here's how you need to make titles and how you need to be thinking about titles, how they relate to the audience. Identify who the audience is, what their needs are, what level they're at. Here's the different things you can offer and value. Here's the outline for the ratio of content. We probably make 100 videos a year, two videos a week. If we can't do that, we do one great video a week, and then we still use that overall outline for the percentage and ratio of the content right then and there. Production value, I definitely want it to be better than your phone in that case. And I definitely would recommend wireless microphones for that situation. So there's how you do some production. Editing doesn't need to be over the top for this. This could be simple editing. So there you go. Now, getting to planning your consistency and the skills every YouTuber needs. The skills every YouTuber needs. I actually want to, do I have this in a document written up for you? I might have this in a document written for you already. Give me 1 second to pull this up. I might actually have skills that every YouTuber needs written down already. But I have a general outline for that. We used Marquez Brownlee in an interview with Colin and Samir actually refers to this often as the 8 arms of the octopus to some degree. And the thing is, there are things that I believe in when it comes to this that content creators really, really struggle with. So let me see something. I might have this somewhere visually that I can demonstrate it for you. I'm going to circle back to this question because I think it's actually a really good one. All right. So when it comes to content creation, let's address the first skill that I think most of you really need, which is I think you need to learn the basics of video production and working with cameras, microphones, lights, audio, that sort of thing. Let's address that first. Okay, let's address that first. Most of you have no idea how to use a camera. And a lot of you are hiding behind when people tell you it's okay to start on your smartphone. There are several downsides to using your smartphone indefinitely, but by all means, if you have nothing else and you're on a budget, by all means, if you have nothing else, start with your phone because it's better than nothing. But this actually isn't the most convenient camera in multiple cases. For a lot of you, actually, especially since it's summer right now as of the making of this live stream, it's summer right now. A lot of you have already experienced that if you try to film outside right now, your phone is going to overheat. So that actually becomes a problem. Then there's the battery life issues, people calling and interrupting you, it being out of focus. There's all kinds of downsides and problems. And I've seen a lot of people be heartbroken over this. But the other thing is sometimes when you want to get good audio, even though you can get a microphone for this, you can do all kinds of things. There's all kinds of affordable microphone solutions. Here's the problem. When that audio is not good, and then some of you are trying to edit and sync this up, even if you have a laptop, editing on your phone is a pain in the butt. It takes you longer than necessary. Editing footage made from a phone is longer than necessary a lot of times. And there's even difficulty sometimes getting the files and getting them in good quality. And it's just got a small as hell sensor. It's not going to be as good quality as something that's like $500, even $600 in terms of these budget cameras that fit in your pocket that are, relatively speaking, not that more in size and inconvenience. And realistically, your phone now is not necessarily any cheaper than one of these cameras. In fact, a good phone that does good video is going to be more expensive or equally expensive to one of the entry level cameras on the market. And as Mr. Camera Junkie here will tell you, bad audio is unwatchable. Bad audio is unwatchable. Andrew Can here, great YouTube filmmaker. You should check him out. Formerly of TubeBuddy, now working for himself. People can forget bad video, but not bad audio. Absolutely, Andrew. Now, do you have to go out of your way and buy a $400 Joe Rogan style microphone like I do, like the Shure Ensign B7? No, not unless you're a podcaster. You do not need to do that. However, what I will tell you and what I believe is that you should make an investment in getting a dedicated microphone that can clip on to you is probably the easiest thing for most of you. And that will be anywhere from $20 all the way up to $300 to get really good quality. Now, $300 is putting you into the realm for a microphone of the professional YouTubers. The best of the best of the best of the best with honor, sir. They buy a $1,000 microphone like Marquez Brownlee and the M8 H416 from Sennheiser. The best audio quality on my best YouTube videos of all time that are not live streaming style videos, my best audio has come from a Sennheiser MKE 600, which is a $300 microphone. Now, that's very expensive for a lot of you, and I don't expect you to get that. The next best audio that I've gotten for my YouTube channel has often come from a $50 Deity microphone for $50. The Deity microphone MV Mini 4 is $50 or less. Wireless microphones that have been reliable for me, Deity wireless microphone that I can use traveling, use it in almost any environment with good, respectable audio quality, ends up being $160. That's it. And that's for YouTube quality that competes with the best YouTubers, competes with the likes of, iJustine or Jenna Zarak, people with over 1 million subscribers, on $50 to $160 worth of microphone. You can get there. You can honestly get there. Now, in terms of a way to improve that audio after you've recorded it, and this is the thing I mean about, like, a lot of you need to learn the basics of video and audio. Adobe has a new feature called Adobe Audio Enhance. So it enhances speech. I'm going to show you the screen here. What if I told you Adobe came up with a one-click feature that immediately enhances your audio?
I'm in a conference room with the window open, and it's pretty echoey in here too. Not the best place to record audio, yet with enhanced speech.
Studio quality audio with one click from Adobe, as long as it's not too big in file size, and it's not longer than an hour. This will give you studio quality, podcast quality audio, and it's free. Just make sure you have an Adobe login, which is also free to make, even if you don't buy anything. This is literally $0 if you don't buy anything from Adobe and you're willing to give them your email. It is free. It is absolutely free. And so Adobe Suite can sound expensive. If you want the full Adobe Suite like I have, it typically costs you $60 a month, but this is free as long as you just sign up for a free account. I would tell you that $60 a month for Adobe is not expensive from another point of view. Because from another point of view, one, you could use Adobe Express. Andrew Can, I believe you have a bunch of Adobe Express stuff that's absolutely free, that's really, really good, and is better than some cheap things out there. There are things that are $100 and you own it forever that don't even compete with the free tools that Adobe is putting out. But here's the thing. The $60 a month is $2 a day. You're spending $2 a day on something that's not benefiting your career, and you want to be a full-time content creator. Competitively, having access to the same tools as people with 10 million subscribers on YouTube for $2 a day, I think is a steal and a really good investment. And I think more importantly, it's just a matter of getting the ability to use them effectively and being able to make $100 a month that justifies it. And I think that you could do that within 90 days if you take it seriously. And I think it's still a worthwhile investment for that reason. And if you're monetized, I feel there's no excuse. So $2 a day to have access to the same resources as millionaire YouTubers is cheap, in my opinion. That's one man's point of view, though. It's just one man's point of view. If you told me I can have access to what somebody who's making $1 million a year on YouTube has, but it's going to cost me $2 a day, sign me up. I'm done. I'll find $2 a day. And I get 30 days, to try it out. I probably can make the first installment in that 30 days if I take it seriously and I don't play around. So that's just my perspective on this. Okay, I think that you could justify it and get there within 90 days to make it worthwhile if you take it seriously enough. And I think that when you frame it as for the price of $2 a day that I can cut out of somewhere else in my life, $60 a month, I can have access to play with the same tools as people with 10 million subscribers making $1 million a year. Now, am I going to make the $1 million a year? Am I going to get the 10 million subscribers? Probably not. Probably not. It's a ridiculous outcome that less than 0.03% of all creators get that far. Can I get to the point to where I can make $100 a month and justify it? absolutely not even that difficult, relatively speaking, compared to most things. So, because I have these tools. So I would say that that's the perspective that I would use. But here you go. Free audio improvement. Free audio improvement. Here's Leo who says, I have 5 mics, but the one I use the most often and it's great quality is $20. It's a Sony clip-on wired lavalier mic. That Sony mic, the $20 Sony mic you're talking about was my mic in the beginning, and it does phenomenally well overall. And then when you can process the audio using this Adobe tool, boom, it's a no-brainer. So yes, even $30 to $50 microphones can get to studio quality if you even know that this exists. Most of you don't know this exists though. So that's just something to think about. Most of you do not understand video skills. You don't understand video skills. So beyond that, you need lighting. And lighting is a big deal, but it's not as expensive as most of you think. Lighting is not as expensive as most of you might think. So for example, let's look at this. This is from Newer, and this is a 2-panel lighting kit. This is very similar to what I used for a very long time. Once I got 100,000 subscribers, I updated my lighting significantly. This is relatively affordable. You get 2 very, very good LED lights and a carrying case for them. And this is $189. Now, if that sounds too expensive for you, I have another lighting option for you from Newer that's relatively cheap. And that's Newer with 2 E's, Neewer. And so what I would recommend is Newer has a ring light. And I just ordered another one of these. I'm probably going to end up giving this to my sister, actually. Because I'm not using ring lights as much because I have my glasses, but I need to make a video about this because I'm making a budget lighting video. I'm actually currently working on videos for YouTube Basics, where I'm going to teach you basic camera settings. I'm going to teach you budget lighting that's very affordable, the best lights under $200 that you can get. So you're going to get like, what are the 6 best budget cameras? 6 best budget cameras. Best lights under, I think 5 best lights under 200 is one of the videos I'm working on. And so this is one of those, and this is actually really good for you. And so for those of you who don't wear glasses, you just use this Newer ring light. This was some of the best YouTube videos I ever made back in 2018, I want to say. In 2018, when I was at the old house doing my stand-up videos and shooting with the camera mounted behind the ring light, this was actually some of the best content, most compliments I got on my lighting for my YouTube videos was using this ring light. So I would definitely recommend that as another budget option. Instant way to improve the quality of your YouTube videos is better lighting and better sound. Even if you use a phone, better lighting and better sound instantaneously improves the overall quality as far as production goes. So production matters, and a lot of you do not have production skills. Another skill that a lot of you are lacking besides your video production is obviously your skills when it comes to design and thumbnails. And so I know not everybody is going to be an absolute wizard at Photoshop. I know everyone isn't a Photoshop wizard, and that's okay. And so let me open up something that I do that helps with this. So there's a couple of things I actually have made that help with this because I understand that most people do struggle with this. They don't have a graphic design background. They don't know how to make high quality thumbnails. And I totally get that. I totally get that. Something I do that a lot of people don't realize is in the description, I have links for this. I've made hundreds of templates over the years, and I actually make really good Photoshop templates. And we have the creator starter pack that's $9, and we have a bunch of these thumbnails in them. And we have the YouTube starter kit that has 100 Photoshop files, usually for $99. I think we have a coupon code in the description of the video. And so if you didn't know how to make YouTube thumbnails, I made them for you. I made editable thumbnails where you can drag and drop your own images, where every layer, every piece of this is separated. And I made these absurdly complex thumbnails where you can just put your own text, swap out your own images, swap out your own colors, and you can make stuff that looks just as good as any other YouTuber out there. And this is just like 10 of the different ones here. So whether it's basic text lockups, reaction lockups, and most of you, your biggest struggle is not crazy graphic design, Photoshop effects. Most of your biggest problem is you don't know anything about layout or design or where to put things, and you don't know simple things like clipping or masking or any of that. And so figuring that out for you, making the basic overall layout for you and saying, okay, just replace the images and the text is probably one of the best things, because otherwise you're not even going to space the text correctly or set it up or even know what fonts to choose. And these use free fonts. So again, I know that it's somewhat of a plug, but it's also, I will show you how to make thumbnails from scratch, like in Photoshop. If you own Photoshop and you're paying Adobe for that, I will show you later in this video exactly how to make something from scratch. As long as you have good photography of yourself, you can make something from scratch. But templates are a shortcut, and it's something that matters when you don't have unlimited time to learn all this stuff and make content and work your 9-to-5 job. You can literally say, you know what, a thumbnail is made. It got me 80% of the way. I'm going to take a good photo of myself. I'm going to swap out these colors, swap out this text, maybe play with the font a little bit. Okay, it's done. It took me 10 or 20 minutes to get something better that I would have spent an hour doing. That time gets to go back into your video editing, which is another skill that you have to develop. So you have to understand the skill of production, lights, camera, audio, and lenses, how to like film that stuff. You should also start to learn some video production technique as far as composition and framing, in addition to audio and lighting. You should also learn everything about the exposure triangle and the settings to dial into your camera. I'll be making an updated video on the best camera settings for YouTube. I will be making an updated video on that because I know my other videos on it are super old. So I will be making a short video on that. It's probably only going to be 8 minutes to get you locked in with the best settings possible and to accommodate you there. And those settings will apply to all cameras, not just Sony cameras, just because I have a Sony preference. Don't worry about that. So we'll be doing that. The other thing, besides obviously being able to produce and make good looking videos with good lighting, good audio, good video footage going in, good sound, all that stuff, and good framing and cropping and understanding lens focal lengths. Aside from all of that, and again, the short version of that, for anyone who wants to write it down, this is the point in your notes to write it down. The short version of the best camera settings for YouTube is going to be shoot at 30 frames per second, set the shutter speed to 1/60, 1/60th of a second, 1/60, because you want to double the shutter speed based on the frame rate. So shoot at 30 frames per second. That's going to give you really smooth footage. Okay. It's going to look more like television that way. And shoot at a shutter speed of 1/60. What you're going to want to do is, if you can control your aperture, the thing called f-stop, if you can, and you want a blurry background like this, and you can afford it, shoot on a lens that can go to f1.8. If you're on a budget or you have to be cheap, f4 is fine. f4.0 is fine if there's enough distance from your background. And what that's going to change, and I will show you in real time, is right now we're on f2. We're on f2 right now. This is 2.8. It does get darker, and it does make it less shallow depth of field. Here's about roughly f4.0. Here's f8.0. Now, the more I turn up the aperture, the sharper the image gets. The lower I turn the aperture, the blurrier the background gets. However, it does affect my lighting. or rather it affects the amount of light coming in the lens, I should say. So how do we control that? Without adjusting our shutter speed. If we adjust our shutter speed, the video is going to get choppy and it's going to suck. The video is going to get choppy and it's going to suck. So what do? Well, instead of adjusting our shutter speed, there's something on here called ISO. ISO is going to control essentially what you might refer to as the intensity of light or the interpretation of light coming through the lens, coming through the iris, okay? So you can think of this kind of like your own pupil in your eyeball, dilating, getting wider, getting smaller. You can think of it in a similar way. So the thing is, we're going to let more light in or make the sensitivity to the light going to the sensor higher by bumping the ISO. If you're not on the best cameras ever, you usually don't want to try to take it above ISO 800. Most of you, the settings you want to lock into your camera, probably going to be ISO 400, ISO 800. And it's probably going to be somewhere between f1.8 if you want a blurry background, or somewhere between f2.8, f4.0, depending on what lenses you can afford. Okay, so that's probably going to be some of your basic camera settings. I will make a video about this with editing, putting the numbers up on the screen, screenshots for you, all of it, showing you the dials in the camera. I'm just rattling off the numbers for people who want to write them down right now. If you want that tech YouTuber look, what they call cinematic, you shoot at 24 frames per second and you shoot with a shutter speed of 1/50. And again, your ISO is probably somewhere between ISO 100, ISO 800. If you want really, really clear, crispy image, you shoot at ISO 100, you get external lighting so that you don't have to compensate with ISO, and that's why we need good lighting. When you don't have good lighting and you're just using the light that's in your bedroom or in your office or whatever, that's where you end up bumping up the ISO. If you're shooting outside, you're probably going to need an ND filter, or you're going to end up turning up the aperture really high, and you won't want that because you want a little bit of that blurry background and depth. So that's not going to help those of you who shoot outside. By the way, if you shoot outside and you're doing more action, vloggy, or challenge video content, you want the Mr. Beast look. The Mr. Beast look is you shooting at 60 frames per second for action. Also, reaction videos are shot at 60 frames per second a lot of times. And with 60 frames per second, you're going to end up with a shutter speed of 1/120 or 1/125, depending on which camera you have. Some of them will let you go to 1/120. Most of them, it'll be 1/125 is the interval. And again, you'll probably shoot somewhere for that. If you're outdoors, you probably are going to want to shoot between f2.8 and f4.0 anyway, to make sure you're capturing the right things in focus. If you're shooting interview videos, shoot at 30 frames per second, shoot at f4, get longer lenses, focal lengths, so that you can play with the interview setup a little bit better. Multi-camera is really hard. I shoot multi-camera for my interviews. I shoot them on very expensive Sony cameras. So that's just kind of some basic things you need to know about video production and what that process is. You need to know graphic design, like we talked about, for your YouTube thumbnails, graphic design and photography. That's what's going to allow you to make good YouTube thumbnails, is graphic design, photography, branding. You need those skills. Editing in your editing programs. I use Premiere Pro. Adobe is like killer. It's worth it as far as I'm concerned. I use Adobe Premiere Pro. Now, the reason I use Adobe Premiere Pro is I also have access to great plugins and tools that make other aspects of content creation that I may not be as good at. It makes them fast, and it makes them robust. And I'll give you a primary example. One of the tools that I use several plugins. I use plugins to make my life easier. And one of the plugins I use, and you can do this with most of the major software, and I'll show you this on screen here. There's a plugin suite called Motion VFX. And a lot of bigger YouTubers use this, and they have stuff for Final Cut Pro, DaVinci Resolve, and Adobe Premiere Pro. Now, if you need software that's really good and free, you get the free version of the DaVinci Resolve, and then you can upgrade to 300. A lot of people leave Final Cut Pro, leave Adobe Premiere Pro, and they go to DaVinci Resolve. There are a lot of great plugins for DaVinci Resolve, so I have nothing against it. There are a lot of great plugins for Final Cut Pro, but I think Final Cut's behind the times. Adobe stays on the bleeding edge, and there are plugins for it. Sometimes there's a few less than the other two. Sometimes there's more, depends. But these are actually really good a lot of the time. And so I use iJustine and Marquez Brownlee's plugin.
All right, welcome.
I use the tutorial plugin, and I use a lot of other stuff. One of the other things I use is I use a tool called AutoCut, and I use AutoCut for my video editing because it's now faster to cut up my dead air. It's also, I use AutoPod for my podcast because it does my multicam edits using AI video editing tools to make my multicam editing very fast. So that actually is extremely helpful to have plugins and things that do this for you. There are plugins and things that will help you do color grading, and there are presets you can buy, like Peter McKinnon's presets for color grading, and then you don't ever have to become a true master of color grading. It's great to learn these skills, but you can get good enough using tools and plugins. And so I like to use tools, templates, and plugins on top of training myself. And then that means I can edit faster. I can do everything faster. I can make YouTube content faster. So from a skill building standpoint, editing is going to be one of the most important skills for YouTube beyond making quality, high quality videos, garbage in, garbage out. So be able to do the video production, and then packaging matters. Good editing won't save a bad thumbnail. That will be the video that's so good and gets no views because the thumbnail is trash. So again, you can learn the skills in Photoshop like I teach you on my channel, or you can buy my templates where I do the work for you. So it's either way. You can do it yourself, or I've done it for you, and you can just get the other 20% in. And so links to those things are in the description down below. But let's move on. So you have to learn those skills in terms of editing and so on. Well, what else do you have to learn? You have to learn how to be a copywriter. You have to learn how to craft titles. And this one is actually really challenging for a lot of people, and I totally get it. One of the things you can do, I use this for help sometimes, is you can use ChatGPT. I wrote a really sophisticated prompt for the paid version of ChatGPT that can easily help somebody to craft videos. Now, because I'm an education channel, this is a lot easier for me a lot of times, but I can literally help you with gaming. I get a lot of people who are like, I'm a gamer. Your advice doesn't work for entertainment channels. Your advice doesn't work for gamers. I've actually coached several gamers to over 100,000, and I've coached some gamers and helped them that are over 1 million subscribers now. I think two of the best creators I've ever worked with, they're the most wonderful people I think I might have met, aside from people I've met recently in the Clash Royale community who do mobile gaming. Two of the clients I'm probably the most proud of in the arena of gaming are Wolfie and A-Drive. They are two of the nicest people in the world you'll ever meet, nicest people in the community you'll ever meet. But I can definitely come up with stuff that would help a gamer. I'll give you a primary example. So I wrote this very sophisticated ChatGPT prompt, and I used a framework that I use called role, task, context, and goal, right? So I tell it like 4 things. Tell it what role it's playing, what task it's supposed to execute on. I give it context for executing on that task, and tell it the goal that I'm looking to achieve, right? So I use ChatGPT for that, for everything. And AI-wise, I can make it into, in this case, a title generator. And it's more of a co-pilot. It's more of a co-pilot. It's not really doing the work for me. It's that we're co-creating. So I'll give you an example. I will tell it that context, my audience in the case of this video are teenagers and younger adults. The game I play is Minecraft. I want to make a spectacle video that the Minecraft community can be excited about. I want to use the number 100 in the video, or even the number 1000 associated with something exciting I can can do in the game. Please give me about 8 title ideas for this concept. And then let's workshop them. Thank you. Always say please and thank you to your AI tools, lest they destroy us all. And then let's see what ChatGPT. This is ChatGPT 4 Plus, by the way. By the way, in my case, I also use the advanced version. I have the version that links to the internet so it can get real-time information, and I use plugins with it. I use the link reader plugin. I use the video insights plugin so it actually can get data in real time. And then I also use it with Wolfram. So let's see what it came up with. Epic 1000 Day Survival in Minecraft. You won't believe what happens. That's close. That's not bad. 1000 Minecraft blocks, one epic adventure, join journey. I don't really love that one. Building a 100-story Minecraft tower. The sky's the limit. That's not terrible. Surviving 100 Minecraft nights, a journey of peril and triumph. Not terrible. 1000 creepers, one Minecraft world. Can I survive? So I like the 1000 creepers, but I don't like that title. I want to focus on that. Can we workshop at least 8 ideas around the 1000 Minecraft creepers? Maybe me surviving some challenge with them in the game, or me killing or fighting 1000 creepers in Minecraft, but with only a certain item or some other restriction. Help me with workshopping these ideas and coming up with a clickable but simple to understand title. Okay, so what it comes up with. Oh, surviving 1000 creepers with only a wooden sword Minecraft challenge. Can I defeat 1000 creepers with just a bow? Minecraft survival test. 1000 creepers one night, the ultimate Minecraft survival challenge. Fighting off 100 creepers with no armor, impossible Minecraft challenge. Minecraft Madness, surviving. Oh, Minecraft Madness could be a series. Minecraft Madness could be a series for anybody watching here as a Minecraft channel. Surviving 1000 creepers with only a fishing rod. And see, with only, this could literally be a title formula. Surviving 1000 blank with only blank is a really good title formula. And we could use that to make an entire series of Minecraft videos for a good minute. We could milk that. We could milk that for a good minute. We could get 20 episodes over the course of 2 years on just that one, and then make a completely different series of videos that balance out the overall channel. But in 2 years, doing 10 videos a year on just Minecraft Madness, and if we did a Minecraft Madness video twice a month, maybe, or once a month, that would be like a really good continuous series on a channel. And we could find 2 or 3 other continuous series that we could make in addition to individually great videos. And that would be great for us building a strategy to have 100 videos a year. So boom, copywriting is the 4th skill that you really need as a content creator, because you need to be able to come up with good titles. You need to come up with good scripts. You need to be able to come up with good concepts. So copywriting is an important skill on top of your video editing, on top of graphic design and photography for thumbnails, and on top of video production. So like these are 4 of your main skills, and that's just around making the content itself. And this is 4 of your overall skills that you actually need. So you have to be a good producer. You have to be a good writer. You have to also be able to be a good editor. Well, what else do you need? Those are 4 important skills. What else do you need? Well, you also need to be able to be a good on-camera talent. And by the way, I will go into more of this ChatGPT stuff because I know it excites you guys. But I do want to let you know we have a product in the description My AI creator prompts is literally $9, and I give you 200 ChatGPT prompts. Right now we have 30 Mid-Journey prompts. We're going to give you over 100 Mid-Journey prompts, hopefully before the end of the year. So we're always adding new things. This is literally a $10 product, $9.99, and we actually update the product. So again, that's in the description if anyone wants to buy it. And yes, you're buying it from my website, Awesome Creator Academy. But writing, if you're not good at writing, you can supplement that with help from ChatGPT. It shouldn't do all the work for you. It should be a co-pilot. If you're not good at graphic design, buy templates. We'll also talk about using Mid-Journey as part of creating assets for thumbnails, but you could also use photography. We talked about stage photography when we were dealing with the trades earlier. Photography can make YouTube thumbnails really good without the need of graphic design if you become a good enough photographer. So that's why photography and design, I'm going to conflate those skills as we're just going to keep those at one. Video production, video editing, and then copywriting. And these seem obvious, but any one of those could be a career that pays you a full-time living. And I'm asking you to learn 4 of those to be a better content creator. So what else do you have to do? Number 5, you have to be good on camera. You have to learn to be good on camera. So communication skills. You have to learn how to be comfortable talking to a camera like it's a real human being, making eye contact like it's a real human being that you're not shy around somehow, some way. You have to articulate and not have to use stop words, and you have to know how to present and convey these things. You might have to learn how to read or memorize a script or use a teleprompter without looking like you're using a teleprompter. I can't use a teleprompter because my eyesight is so bad that I actually can't, like literally, not without it being noticeable. So that's why I usually don't do it. I only do it for ad reads, if anything. And usually it's just easier for me to cheat, use bullet points, glance at my phone, commit it to memory, glance back up, and do 3 separate takes of the same line until I feel I nailed it. Or if I flub or screw it up, I just snap my fingers 3 times to say I screwed up so that I can edit it and just scrub to, oh, there's where I snapped my fingers in the audio file. I can see it. Boom, boom, boom. I cut out the bad take. I go to the take that was really good. So just even knowing how to perform on camera and how to perform on camera that makes it easier to edit, that's a skill. Being able to perform on camera so you can be a lunatic like me and you can do 3-hour live streams, 4-hour live streams, 8 hours if I'm doing it with Viper. Like, that's actually a skill that you develop. And one of the easy ways to do it without having to make thousands of YouTube videos is you could, before you go onto YouTube where things have to be polished and edited, you can try just doing stuff on Instagram stories every single day, upload to Instagram stories, not to build an audience, but to build up your skills in talking to an audience and learning how to talk to a camera like it's a person or a group of people. So a lot of you should be building. I know everyone says focus on one platform, one platform, one platform. I'm going to scrap that advice for you. I'm going to submit onto you that every single one of you should probably, unless you're a faceless YouTube channel, I'm going to submit onto you that every single one of you should be building up YouTube and Instagram at the same time, not with the growth of growing both platforms, but or not even with the growth of, oh, I'm going to use my Instagram to build up my YouTube channel. No, you're going to use your Instagram to build up the skills to be a better YouTuber. That's what you're going to do with Instagram. So I would highly recommend a lot of you do that more with Instagram stories because stories don't last. So since it's going to be gone in 24 hours, you have less anxiety about it. So you can just go ahead, use Instagram stories. It's temporary content. It goes away and you get your practice in. And now it's actually easier to practice 100 times, 1,000 times a lot sooner and then develop a high level of experience. This is the real grind. Just like in an MMORPG, this is how you grind and gain experience points in being a better content creator. So now we've got your 5 core skills as far as you being a content creator. Okay, Roberto, isn't that all I need to do to be a content creator? No, you actually have to learn how to be a marketer. You have to learn number 6, how to be a marketer and how to understand the better aspects of marketing, social media platforms and their distribution and publishing. And you also have to understand building up your personal brand and how to frame and package communication. And you also have to learn why it's important to have brand consistency, not just from a design standpoint, but from a communication standpoint. Being a marketer is not easy, and there's a lot of nuance to it. Number 7, what else do you need? Well, unfortunately, a lot of you going to have to learn business development, whether you like it or not, and how to actually be a little bit of a creative entrepreneur. Why? Because when you can't do something and you need to outsource it, you're going to have to know how to hire freelancers. That's biz dev. You're going to have to learn how to hire freelancers. You're going to have to learn how to negotiate these brand deals. Oh my God. You're going to have to learn business jargon and legal jargon. And you're going to have to pay freelancers. And you're going to have to know how to set up a business account. And you're going to have to learn how to pay taxes and how to set up an LLC or an S Corp. Oh my God. I'm going to have to be a business person. Yeah. And that's what screws a lot of content creators over, is they refuse to grow up and become creative entrepreneurs instead of just acting like they have a paid hobby. So yes, you will, in skill set number 7, have to develop being a business person. And then skill set number 8 is not a last but least kind of thing. It is super important, but it's not given the credit that it deserves. The skill that I think, besides business development, that I think is severely underrated is learning analytics. Learning analytics and being a data-driven researcher. Being a researcher in general could encompass this, but I like to focus on analytics because a lot of you are going to be content creators on platforms where analytics matter, especially YouTube for the majority of you watching this now or the replay on YouTube. The skill set of being good at YouTube analytics does not come easy or natural to a lot of people, which is why we've been able to do 4-hour-long plus analytics deep dives on this channel. We've been able to do 4-hour-long analytics deep dives on this channel. So when I dive into YouTube analytics, which are like, again, mine don't make much sense to people. I literally in June only uploaded twice, one live stream, one upload in the month of June, 300,000 plus views, almost 3,000 subscribers, well over 3,000 bordering on 4,000 ad revenue. And that was just the ad revenue. The channel made significantly more than this. The channel made outside of AdSense, it made 8 times this amount in June, made 8 times this amount of June. And so the thing is, people do not understand YouTube analytics, and they take a lot of things out of context. I would say one of the most out of context, out of pocket analytics that people look at is click-through rate, and they don't fully understand click-through rate and impressions. And they don't understand that it comes from different traffic sources, and that a high click-through rate itself doesn't guarantee an overperforming video. They also don't necessarily understand retention as well as they might think. If we go to analytics on this video, for example, this video might not seem like it's doing much, but this video is actually crazy in the sense that this video, if I measure the viewership of this video, what if I told you that this video, this green screen tutorial video, that I know for a fact on a long enough timeline that this video is going to get me 100,000 views. See, this video, and not all my videos are like this, by the way. Almost all my videos used to be like this. This video, 83% of its traffic, 84% of its traffic is from search. And see, there is a strategy. As much as people say search is dead in YouTube, there is a strategy for search. You see, this video uploaded in October, it bombed in the first 24 hours, and most people on YouTube would have deleted the video. By the way, I'm going to show you something about this video. This video has a almost 60% retention rate. This video has almost a 60% retention rate. But most people would have deleted it because they wouldn't be able to suffer through the embarrassment of having a large subscriber count channel and having a video seemingly underperform with 1,000 views its first day. However, this video is going to get 100,000 views plus, maybe more, because this video consistently generates 200 to 300 views per day, just like that. And the overall average view duration still stays extremely high on this video because it's a damn good green screen tutorial. Is one of the best, fastest green screen tutorials ever made because it's a 2-minute video that literally is the embodiment of a good tutorial in the sense that it tells you exactly what you need to know. No fluff, no BS. And you know it does a good job because it even has rewind value and spikes in it. So it does a very good job. I would just say that because there's stuff afterward where people really feel like they can execute on it, and I give them some extra tips on color grading for green screen at the minute and 20 mark, that's where it starts to fall off. So literally at the minute, if I had to do it over, the video would have been just a minute and 30 seconds instead of a minute and 50 seconds. And the video would basically, if that's the case, it would have like 90% retention rate. It'd have a 90% instead of an almost 60% retention rate. Lesson for another day. Point is that this video is actually better than people would think that it is. And it doesn't have bad RPM either, especially for a 2-minute video. For a 2-minute video, this has a $23 CPM as a 2-minute video. So that's no mid rolls, no long average view duration to pump up the value of the video. And it makes $8 per every 1,000 views. Again, long term, this will be a 100,000 view video. I know that because I've done previous tutorial videos for Premiere Pro that work the same way. So there is a long tail strategy to video performance. If the content is evergreen, there's a long tail performance thing. Most people would not know that. Is the only thing I can win at YouTube search? No, I have videos that win more algorithmically, with this one having 50% from browse, 30% from suggested, and only 6% from YouTube search. So 80% of the views on this video, completely algorithm driven, 80% views. So learning analytics, learning YouTube's traffic sources, learning the back end of YouTube's system, learning its terminology, that is incredibly powerful as a skill for YouTube. By the way, our friend Jeff here is almost at 100,000 subscribers. Congratulations. I think 99,000 subscribers. Started from the bottom, quite literally, very humble. And Jeff from El Jefe Reviews, he also is not a Photoshop wizard. The main thing he does with his videos is product photography as a tech YouTube channel. And that has worked gangbusters for him. So like I told you, you don't necessarily have to be great at Photoshop, but you do have to be able to package your videos very well. You have to do it very well. And we have a lot of great conversation in the chat. Keep the conversation going in the chat. Remember, I am going to prioritize super chats for questions. In fact, what we'll do is we'll take a brief pause in my format right now to go to questions from you in the chat real quick about what I've talked about so far, because we're going to move into the next segment here, because we are at the 1 hour mark of demonstrating value for the viewer and generating topics your audience wants to watch. So if you have questions, put a Q in the live chat in front of your question. If you're watching the replay, just go ahead and put your questions in the comment section if you have a replay. But this is all super important. And again, we talked about the skills every YouTuber needs. Actually, before I go into demonstrating value, I do need to talk about scheduling around being a full content creator with a full-time job, because again, I think the skills took up most of it, but I do want to talk about this. I want to talk about scheduling your content if you have a full-time job. So I'm just going to bump the demonstrating value back by about 20 minutes in the timestamp just to give us some buffer room. And I'm going to bump everything else back a little bit as well, because I think I can speed through some of those a little bit quicker than the other ones. So we won't worry too much about it. We'll take some questions, and I also want to talk about being a content creator with a full-time job and how you can make it work. And I want to remind all of you of something, by the way. I am a full-time content creator. However, I also do my coaching, which ends up taking up a lot of my time and a lot of my energy. I wouldn't necessarily say it takes up 40 hours a week to do my coaching business, but I create content for multiple formats, for multiple platforms. And so I don't get around to my YouTube stuff until 5 o'clock in the afternoon if I don't do it first thing in the morning. But I do have a business here, and you can support my business. I built Awesome Creator Academy for people like us. And you can enroll in Awesome Creator Academy and you get access to all of my products, whether that's the YouTube Starter Kit, the AI Creator Prompts, the Creator Starter Pack, or our Brand Deal Starter Kit. and you get all access. We also do 2 live office hours in Awesome Creator Academy in our private Facebook group. We do that twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's myself and Andy Rivera. She's my operations manager and my co-instructor. She's also a very, very talented graphic designer and has experience as a social media manager and a podcaster. We have hundreds of digital downloads, and we literally have over 100 hours of exclusive training. But if you don't want to join the monthly, you can buy any of our products. I have them up on the website. And we also do quarterly workshops on brand deals, and we do role play on negotiating brand deals. We also do some role play on brand deal stuff in the academy. I think there might be some academy members lurking in the chat. And so all the questions about Awesome Creator Academy, what we offer, or even just working one-on-one with me, we have this over at the website. So you can check out awesomecreatoracademy.com. The link is in the description. But I just wanted you guys to know that it exists and that we help people who are in the process of becoming full-time content creators. We have some wonderful testimonials, and you can also just work one-on-one with me if you don't want to commit to a membership group and group coaching or the classroom style of learning. You can buy do-it-yourself products, or you can work with me personally one-on-one, and those options are available. So I just want you to know that exist. Yes, that is a plug for me, but it's also here's what I can do for you. Now, let's get to some of these questions. And also, I want to talk about someone who has a full-time job as a content creator and what they can do. So we have our first question here that I see that I can highlight from Maluri. I think I'm pronouncing that right. From Maluri. Question: how to implement storytelling into my videos. We're definitely going to talk about that. How to implement storytelling in my video. How to create tension so people stay till the end. Okay, so you haven't described to me the type of content you're making. So that means I can't give you anything but really general advice on storytelling. And if you want general storytelling advice, you can watch my video on 5 tips for great storytelling. You can also watch the video by Chris Doe, where he does, I think, 10 tips on great storytelling. Colin and Samir offer a great storytelling course over on moment.com for about, I think, $99. Here's what I'll say about storytelling. First of all, the easiest storytelling method that I know how to implement is transformation. It's going from the lack of something to the abundance of something. So we go from storytelling, how I went from struggling as a burnt out employee, making $30K a year, to a successful creative entrepreneur, making $30K a month. That's storytelling. That's a setup. That's okay, hero's journey. I went from burnt out and broke to successful and striving. Okay, how did that happen? That begs the question. So literally the title of a video starts the intro to the story, to our hero's journey. So in the case of this, I'm talking about, okay, going from a burnt out, broke employee to a successful entrepreneur. Well, how does that happen? The pursuit of happiness, the story of Chris Gardner and this pursuit of happiness went from, why do we watch that? We watch that because we want to see this man with a broken marriage, broken family, sleeping on the streets with his son in bathrooms, go to being a successful person working in Wall Street. We want to see that transformation. We want to see, him go from being at his worst to being at his best. And we want that happy ending from him because we've been through the pain and the struggle. So how do we set up tension, and how do we set that up? You can, if you want inspiration in storytelling as a content creator on YouTube, you should watch great stories and great films that are about people who transform in some way by the end of it. You could do the opposite, how somebody goes from having it all to losing it all. So you have several films like that. You could, any number of films like that. You could look at, the concept of the hero's journey itself. Who is going to be the hero? Is it going to be you, or is it going to be somebody else? Is it the viewer? Is the viewer the hero? Is somebody else that's in the video the hero? Are you the hero? You have to figure it out. Who's the hero? So in terms of implementation, I don't know what kind of content you have. If we were doing our Minecraft video, then the tension becomes, will I survive the 1,000 creepers? Okay, so that's interesting now. If I took on a challenge where it's me versus an AI tool Does Roberto overcome the AI tool, man versus machine? So now another storytelling device is the versus model. If you're not going to do a transformation where someone goes from tragedy to triumph or triumph to tragedy, rags to riches or riches to rags, if it's not going to be that, then there's the versus motif of, this versus that. And in this case, we could go, okay, man versus machine. Is it going to be Roberto with his years of experience and his skills? Or is he going to lose to the evil forces of Skynet? Am I going to lose to the AI? Am I going to be able to make a better thumbnail than the AI can? Am I going to be able to write better than the AI can? If we give my audience a blind test, are they going to be able to see the difference between something I made versus something crafted by an AI tool? Who will they decide? Who will win? Can John Henry, steel driving man, beat the steam engine? Find out next time. Like, that's storytelling. So we can use these devices. We can use things like from blank to blank. We can use blank versus blank. And that's our setup, even thematically. It's not just the title, it informs everything. Everything starts with the idea. So it's not just the title. That's the title. That's the thumbnail. That's the first 30 seconds of the video that sets up the stakes of the video. So how do you introduce stakes? Who's the villain? Who's the hero? What's the objective? What's the transformation? What is going to happen next? And why do we care? That's how you implement storytelling into your video. Again, without me knowing anything about it. Without me knowing anything about it, that's how you would implement it. So Zach has a question. Hey, Roberto, can we talk about Google AdSense rejecting my app? I assume you mean your application to the AdSense program over and over for my channel. I've met all the YouTube requirements well past now. I know you wanted to revisit this to a degree because I don't know the details of your channel or the rejection. And I'm assuming this is probably the reused content policy. I don't love that policy. I think the reused content policy is wreaking havoc on the YouTube community. And I don't like that YouTube doesn't tell you exactly which videos violated the used content policy and then specifically why, because then you just remove those videos or edit them in the YouTube editor if they needed to be in some way, what have you, to be in compliance. So I am currently lobbying and pressuring YouTube to change the reused content policy like they have for other policies in the past, which I think were good changes that reflect what the video is that violated the policy specifically. Here's the video that violated the policy. Here's the timestamp for the violation. But at a bare minimum, tell us what videos violate the policy and we'll just delete them. It's very simple. So YouTube, if you're watching, get on that. I know some of you lurk. I know YouTube employees lurk on my live streams. Thank you for lurking on my live streams. Thank you for following me on Twitter with notifications on. But please fix that for creators so we can have transparency and clarity, because creators want to be in compliance. Content creators want to be in compliance. And if they know how to be in compliance and what videos aren't, they will adapt and they will adjust it. They will delete the bloody video if they have to. So YouTube, get on that. As for you, Zach, I don't know what you can really do aside from appeal directly to Team YouTube and Twitter. Get somebody to escalate it or review what's going on with your content and give you the specifics, or to realize that maybe it was wrongfully done to your channel. So, yep. Technically T is a full-time employee at a job and is still making it happen on YouTube and is on track to get 100,000 subscribers this year. And the thing about T is T has worked with me. I think we've done 5 or 6 coaching calls and about different things. Mostly, I think a lot of it was brand deals and strategy. And T is crushing it. But one of the most impressive things I see from T is he is more consistent with a full-time job and a relationship and a kid than a lot of people I know that are younger than him, don't have a relationship, don't have a kid, and don't have a 9-to-5 job. And T is more consistent in pumping out YouTube content than more than 50% of people that don't have half of his responsibility. And so that's just wanted to shout out T and say that's extremely impressive. So how does that happen? How does someone like T do it? One day we're going to get on the podcast and we're going to talk about that one-on-one. We'll chop it up. But what I will tell you about T is T was very smart in setting up his production and setting up a dedicated space in his house where he can film videos that lets him flip like 5 switches and just immediately start making content And in his case, that's even with multiple cameras and multicams, very similar to my multicam streaming setup. But imagine that for recorded video production for products, having a 3-camera setup dedicated to that. Okay. So like really good stuff. And he's solid on his editing. He keeps it moving. He makes his format, and it's simple. He knows what videos will perform, what videos are evergreen, what videos are there to do the affiliate links. He knows what he's doing. So he's got it locked in. He's got it dialed in. He knows what his channel is and what it isn't. He knows what his audience is and what it isn't. And so that's why T is, after almost 5 years on YouTube, at about 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Same thing for Jeff Farrell Hefe Reviews. He works a full-time job as well. And so that makes a difference. Now, not all of you can have a dedicated entire room to YouTube setup, but can you have an entire desk dedicated to your YouTube setup? Probably. Can you get a corner of your house that's dedicated to it? Probably a corner with a desk set up for the production. And why does that help you? Because when you don't have to waste a half an hour setting up the tripod, setting up the lights, setting up the microphone and hoping for the best, when you don't have to do all of that, it makes the ability to streamline making content and being motivated when you have an idea to make the content and get it out simpler. The other thing is when you have a plan, when you know, here are the types of videos I make, here are my content buckets, here are the 3 videos that I make, the 3 types of videos that I make over and over again, damn it. Because here's the thing, too many of you have delusions of grandeur. This is Roberto's rant time. Too many content creators have delusions of grandeur and think that they're making art. Some of you can and should make art. Most of you who want to make art should also not dine to become a full-time content creator, because full-time is about consistency. It's about that steady income that protects you and protects your family. That is not the domain of artists, which is why they starve a lot of the times. And I feel bad for starving artists. And I want artists to succeed. I want them to get their money and get their coins. But most people should make art selfishly part-time, and they should do something creative that lets them use their skills that they don't hate doing full-time. So that's the difference. I think you should make content you like making. I don't necessarily know that you always need to make content you're in love with. So follow me here. You're not always going to be in love with changing diapers, taking out the trash, washing dishes. Still got to get done, yeah? Still got to get done. You're not always going to be in love with cleaning the gutters, going up and cleaning off the roof. You're not going to be in love with doing the oil change. You're not going to be in love with cleaning out the garbage disposal. You're still going to have to do it. You're not going to be in love with mopping your floors, sweeping, vacuum, walking the dog, cleaning out the kitty litter. You're not going to be in love with those things, but you're going to do it anyway. And why are you going to do it? Because it's an essential part of the process of making sure that the conditions for the life that you want is as peaceful as possible. So let's apply that logic to your content creation. There are things you're not going to be in love with, and you should probably do them anyway. You're not going to be in love with slaving over a thumbnail and wondering, why can't I literally just make the video I want and not make a thumbnail? And then a lot of you are going to try to YouTube Shorts. You're going to go to YouTube Shorts for that. And you're going to make a lazy thumbnail, and then you're going to cry about the video not performing. Whereas if you had just put more time into the thumbnail, the video that you worked so hard to shoot and edit would do better if you did what was necessary, which is craft a good thumbnail. The video that you worked so hard on, that you made the perfect thumbnail for, that you threw up the laziest title possible on, or the wrong title on, is going to underperform, and you're going to wonder why. And you're going to cry about it. The video you worked so hard on because you had to put that copyright music in, because if it's your art, is going to get demonetized or copyright claimed, and you're not going to make any money on it, and you're going to cry on Twitter to me and to Team YouTube when it was not necessary to do that, and you robbed yourself of peace because you couldn't kill your darlings and you couldn't get over yourself. And so, as a creative, sometimes you need to set art to the side and put practicality on the plate and just stomach that and realize that this is not so bad, and I like what I'm doing enough to where it's okay if I'm not in love with every part of it. I don't have to love every part of it to justify doing it. There are some parts of the process that I don't love and I won't love, but I don't hate them. And I don't, even if I did, I don't hate them more than I love the whole or than I like the whole. And so you have to be willing to suffer a little bit. But most people aren't willing to do that because they have been sold that YouTube is the funnest job ever. It's the greatest job ever. And every part of it should be fun and every part of it should be art. And you should only post art and that everybody's a sellout. When the reality is that you already understand the sacrifice of making the full-time job that you have, that you don't even probably love. You're doing that for your family, or if you don't have a family, you're doing it to survive and to be able to have the resources you need and to be able to respect yourself. You're doing things you don't like now. You're doing things you don't like now. So why can't you do content that's slightly inconvenient or not as emotionally fulfilling, but that is sustainable, respectable, has an audience that does enjoy it, and pays well enough to get you out of the full-time job and keep you out of it? Why are you going to make that not possible in the name of just self-gratification and art? If you make enough money, you can do art and never post it to the internet. You can post things you like to the internet and then never share what you love or have people compromise what you love for money. And then you never are a sellout ever because you're never compromising the most important thing. You've decided to partition a small part of yourself that you're willing to trade and exchange for attention and for money with the world, and to keep secret and sacred the things that are most important to you, which is, by the way, why some people don't put their kids on camera. In the name of authenticity. A lot of people are like, nope, I have a private life. Here's the public life of what you get to consume and what I'm willing to sell to you for attention and money. And here's the private life that I get to enjoy with my family. A lot of people make that choice, and I think they're better for it. So again, how do you succeed on YouTube while having a 9-to-5 job? The simple answer is you need a schedule. You have to schedule your life in such a way that makes space for the content creation. Let's assume that you work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. And let's assume that you have either a family or a significant other, and you work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Here's my most reasonable take. I would tell you that Monday through Friday, what you do is, you know how you might take a half hour to an hour to yourself for a hobby or a TV show or a video game? I would give that up Monday through Friday, and I would never film anything Monday through Friday unless it's like B-roll or something. Like, you film B-roll when you don't need it to be super, super quiet or something like that, right? Or I would use that time to make thumbnails or to craft my my titles or do some research, and I would spend 1 hour Monday through Friday while I'm at home doing my research, making my thumbnails, maybe replying to comments or something like that, or looking up a tutorial. I'd spend an hour Monday through Friday doing that. But here's what I do with the rest of my Monday through Friday after a long day at work. I only get 1 hour of personal time. I give that to the YouTube channel, but not filming the content. I give it to every other aspect of the creation on the back end because I have no energy left after 9 to 5. Okay. So I only have an hour for myself. This is, again, assuming you have a family or significant other. You know what I do with the rest of the time that I'm at home after work, if it's Monday through Friday? I give that to the family. I give that to the family, or you give that to your significant other to just double down that relationship. I worked all day. I give you guys everything except for that hour or half hour. But here comes the weekend. Here comes the weekend. On the weekend, you sleep for 8 hours because you need to be healthy. And then you schedule and you negotiate this. You have to negotiate this with the family. And you schedule what's going to be the family time where you all are together. And you schedule what that looks like. Is that going to be 4 hours of family time? Is it going to be 6 hours of family time? Great. You slept for 8 hours, and the family, because by the way, your kids and your significant other, they're not necessarily going to be locked in a room with you for 12 hours just because it's the weekend. You know what I'm saying? They're probably not going to necessarily want to do that. It's going to be 4 to 6 hours that they can say before, okay, we want to be independent people too, and we want to play with our friends. We're kids. We want to play with our friends, or we want to play video games, or we want to go to the internet. Oh, I want to go play with I want to go do this. I want to go hang out with my friends, whatever. So again, you can partition 4 to 6 hours of family time and make it quality, meaningful family time. And you know what else you get to do now? Now that gives you somewhere between 8 and 12 hours on Saturday and Sunday to make content. and to tell everyone that you have a boundary and that here is the time when you're going to film. So you need peace and quiet and you need not a lot of noise. And at that point, you can go ahead and arrange for people to go with their friends, go to a movie, go outing, do errands, do things without you that don't require your presence or for you to be present. When you are in that 4 to 6 hour block, they get your full attention. Phone is dead. They have you, and that's that. But when it's your time, and you set a boundary. And this is not meant to last forever. This is meant to be a certain limited time frame in your life where you do this so that you can build up this side hustle and then figure out whether it is viable to replace your full-time job. Okay. So this is what being a weekend warrior looks like. This is what we used to call it back in the old school internet forum days of entrepreneurship. We used to call this being a weekend warrior. So on the weekend, you would grind. It's like Monday through Friday, you work, you provide for your family. And that Monday through Friday, you also are present with your family. But come the weekend, you still put in a full day's work. You still put in 8 hours or more of a full day's work. You get 8 hours of rest, but you do carve out a significant amount of time for your family on those weekends, but you're still at it because you are trying to make up the difference and the deficit of you gave 40 hours a week to your employer. You're trying to carve back 20 for your dreams. And so that's why you're doing it. You're carving back 20 for your dreams because if you pull it off and you can carve out 20 hours a week for your dream, that 20 hours might be able to build something significant enough to take the 40 back from the employer altogether. So yes, you are working 60 hours a week and people could say it's exhausting and it's toxic, but I gave you a fairly healthy way to approach it. And I said it's temporary, with the goal being that we eliminate the back 40 altogether at some point. And then one day we might get to a point to where doing content creation becomes us literally only having to do it 4 days a week for 4 to 5 hours. And so then it's literally now only 20 hours a week of your life dedicated to work if you pull it off. Not everyone will go that route, and not everyone will outsource when they can afford to. And some people will still work 80 hours a week when it's their business, which is not necessarily healthy. And I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't agree necessarily with the YouTubers who they quit their 9-to-5 job to spend 60 hours a week on YouTube. I think that you should make it right sized in your life. I don't think you have to pursue making the biggest channel ever. I don't think you have to pursue, most of you watching this, 10 million subscribers. I think it's fine to be able to get to a place where you're making good enough money and you only have to work 20 or 30 hours a week, 4 days on, 3 days off. But I think up front, you get there by working on your channel on the weekend for somewhere between 8 to 10 hours a day on Saturday and Sunday so that you can start to try to get to 20 hours a week as a content creator so that you've made space for it where it can compete with your job. And so that's what the scheduling would start to look like from my perspective. And as for a strategy of why we're doing this and how we're doing it, we're batch recording content. We're filming as much content as we can with the peace and quiet those days provide us. We don't need peace and quiet to edit. We need peace and quiet to film. So you prioritize filming rather than editing when it's quiet. When you need to edit, you put your headphones on. So you do that. And then what I would tell you is our goal is, depending on the content you make and the style of content you are able to do with your resources, time, energy, and expertise, is I don't think you should be pursuing in that when you have a full-time job, don't pursue high quality content that's over the top. Do not try to mimic big YouTubers when you are struggling and you have a 9-to-5 job, limited energy, and an abundance of responsibility and a lack of resources. At that point, you ignore big YouTubers. In fact, you probably should just at that point stop watching them so that you don't have envy and are not influenced by what you don't have. You should really focus on watching people at your own level for the majority of your YouTube consumption and should cut out big YouTube, except for anything that you're using as educational. Like if you want to watch D for Darius to get production good, or you want to watch Premiere Gal so that you can get editing good, or you want to watch a Hayden Hiller Smith tutorial to get good at editing, no problem with you watching a big YouTuber for educational purposes, but you need to probably stop watching spectacle YouTube content for entertainment, because it'll just cloud your judgment and it'll make you never feel like you're ever going to be good enough because you just don't have the resources and the time and the energy, or the expertise. So just to understand that. The other thing I would tell you in our strategy is we want to upload weekly if we can. Not everyone is going to, but it's the best strategy I know consistently to grow when you're small is to post weekly, 1 to 2 times a week if you can. And also from a content strategy standpoint, you plan out the concept of making like between 50 and 100 videos. And the smart thing about that is you could start to think of it as, okay, in 3 months, 12 weeks, I'm going to make 24, 25 videos. And so by the end of the year, that's 100, right? Or if you're only uploading videos weekly, that's like, okay, in a quarter, 12 weeks, 12 videos. Boom. So that lets you start to think about, well, what are those 12 videos going to be? It's not, oh, I feel like making a video. Oh, I'm so inspired. It's no, you make a plan. When you're a small YouTuber, it's not about inspiration. It's about planning. It's about strategy. It's about intentionality because you cannot waste your energy on bullets that don't land. You cannot waste your energy on shots that don't land as much outside of taking shots to learn to begin with, but they need the most reasonable chance of being meaningful. They need the most reasonable chance possible. So you would strategy wise do that. And I'm not telling you have to make search friendly content at all, by the way. You can make entertainment content that targets the YouTube homepage. That's why when I showed you ChatGPT, I showed you the ultimate example of what most people want to do on YouTube, which is most people want to do gaming. Most people want to do gaming. So I showed you, okay, here's how I would approach the strategy for a gaming channel. I would say, okay, I know there's a massive, massive community in Minecraft and it's not oversaturated because there's not a lot of high quality and spectacle content in Minecraft. And I can carve out a specific niche and I can make my own series. I can make my own TV show. So boom, I'm making Minecraft Madness and Minecraft Madness. Maybe that would even be the name of my channel. So I'm like, okay, Minecraft Madness. I'm going to make the most absurd, insane Minecraft challenge videos ever. And that would be my value proposition. That's not being done right now. Okay, cool. The Minecraft Madness. Okay, now I'm going to do my 1,000 creepers videos. Now I'm going to do my 1,000 villagers videos. Now I'm going to do like, my 10,000 TNT video. Like, I'm going to make things that are challenging enough, difficult enough, interesting enough to that community that they've never seen before. That would be my goal if I was trying to do entertainment content. And yes, I do believe that I could craft, even if I have to use ChatGPT to co-pilot, I believe that I could come up with 100 concepts for a Minecraft channel that have never been done and never been seen on YouTube. If I were truly a creative person, I can manage that. In a year to come up with 100 ideas. I could come up with at least 50 ideas, if not 100. But this is the strategy that I always prescribe to. This is why I work with people in Awesome Creator Academy. How do we build our infinite idea engine? How do we build the engine of our success? How do we have infinite or unlimited ideas? I can't remember what I called it, whether I called it the unlimited idea engine or the infinite idea engine. I don't remember. I'll trademark it later. The point is, I wanted a way and a system for how I can always come up with ideas. Okay, so there's something called blue ocean strategy, and there's also something called blue sky ideation. I combine those into what I call the Indigo framework. I won't bore you with the details of what the acronyms in Indigo stand for. The point is, I came up with a concept wherein you can put yourself in this place of creativity, especially if you surround yourself with people that are inspiring and creative or mentors from afar, and you give yourself space to think. And so my best ideas are when I go on walks, when I'm lifting weights, or when I'm in the shower is when I get my best ideas. Okay. The good news for me is that I either always have my phone with me or one of my AI voice appliances, which means in my case, literally, even if I'm in the bathroom and I need an idea to get jotted down for inspiration, I can shout to one of my voice command things here and tell it my idea and it'll be saved. So that's how crazy I am. Right. So I also spend time literally every day crafting ideas, and not just for my own channel. I spend time every day crafting ideas for channels I don't have because I do coaching and consulting. So you can do this for any niche, and you can just build out a strategy, and you can be thinking about, how do I make 100 videos in my niche? Either that, if you're not trying to do search or education-based content, if you're an entertainer, you go, what's something the community has never seen before? That's going to give you kind of your blue ocean thing. It's like, okay, this is the lane no one's playing in, but they would be interested in this lane if it existed. Okay, so cool. Now, if you are going to do education, all right, let's stick with entertainment for a while. Let's stick with entertainment. If you're not doing spectacle content, then tell the untold story. Tell the untold story. So if you're doing entertainment, what's something you know that other people don't know? And how can you make that as interesting as possible? Or what is a belief that you have that is contrarian to what the most of the community thinks about? And who is the underserved audience whose point of view is not reflected? That's how we end up with commentary videos. That's how we end up with video essay channels. Like someone could do a video essay all about Peter B. Parker as a father figure and get 250,000 views. But from Spider-Man into the Spider-Verse and across the Spider-Verse, someone could do a complete video essay narrative exploring Peter B. Parker as a father figure, both in his mentorship to Miles Morales, both in the fact that he is the father figure displayed in Across the Spider-Verse. It can be compared to the other fathers in the film, whether that's Miguel O'Hara or whether it is Captain Morales / Captain Davis, Miles's father. It's like you can compare him to every other father in there. And you can also talk about what it represents that he said that may exist because he wanted someone like Miles in his life. Like you could look at that. Someone can make a touching video essay. I promise you, they get like 250,000 views just talking about Peter B. Parker as a father. How do I know that? Spider-Verse essays on YouTube right now, especially when I look on YouTube, Spider-Verse essays are killing it, getting hundreds of thousands to millions of views, regardless of what character they talk about. You could talk about Gwen, Miles, Miguel, or Peter, but the fatherhood angle is really interesting. Boom. So you find another angle. You find your blue ocean. What's the thing that doesn't exist, but would still supply what is in demand? Aha. What is the underserved market, and how big is that underserved market? That's the goal here. I mean, the thing is, I know that there are videos that when I make them will get more views than others, but there's videos I need to do for a different reason. And I also have the convenience and luxury of not living on YouTube AdSense. So actually, to some degree, me personally, this is just me. I'm at a point in my career where I actually don't need my subscriber count to get to 1 million. I can just ask my clients to like, hey, you guys have 1 million subscribers. Like I'll pay for the shipping. Can I get a gold play button? I'll just do that because I don't need my channel to get a gold play button. I get gold play buttons for clients, but I already have a silver play button. I never thought I'd get that. Not really. Realistically, I didn't think I'd get a silver play button. I thought I could. I didn't think I would. I thought I could. I didn't think I would. Gold is not some dream I had. I'm 39. YouTube existed. I was 22 when YouTube, like 22 when YouTube was invented. So I'm like, I didn't grow up with the YouTube dream. So I don't need that. I love working with creators. So I'd rather work on my creator business. And the thing is, I'm okay with making truly helpful content that helps 10,000 people. And I'm just as satisfied with that at this point in my career. Not always, but at this point in my career, I'm fine with helping 10,000 people with one problem, with one video that they really needed that nobody was going to make for them because it wasn't going to get the views, than if I make a self-serving video that gets 100,000 views because people thought it was cool. I'd rather be useful than popular at this point in my life because I wasn't popular in high school. 39 is a little late. 39 is a little late to worry about being popular. So I'd rather be useful. I'd rather be paid. If I have to pick 2 out of the 3, it's like, hey, you can make money, you can be popular, or you can be incredibly useful. I'm like, I'll take useful and money, please. You can keep fame. I'll take useful and money. And so, yeah, so that's just me. If you're going to do an education channel, what are 3 to 5 problems that a particular group has that you can help with? And can you be more consistent in that help, more nuanced in that help, more simple in that help, more whatever in that help than anyone else? And how can you address those 3 to 5 problems in 100 different ways or answer 100 different questions? What are the most frequently asked questions in your niche? Primary example, let's not use YouTube help. Let's go back to our example of the trades. How do we build a content strategy? Okay, if we're talking about the trades, roofing, plumbing, electrical work, fantastic. Okay, who are we addressing? We're addressing these blue collar workers. We understand their psychology. We understand their struggles. So what are their struggles? We make a list. We go, okay, and what can I address? And what can I have prove? And what do I have social proof at? Okay, so you could address all the high paying blue collar jobs that people don't know about. And you can make the understanding of respecting the trades an entire series of videos, and those can be social commentary videos. Then you can do career development videos with helping people get into good trade jobs and what they need to do in order to make that happen and why people don't get those jobs. And then you could also make some content that's specific around what to do if you find yourself in a certain situation on a job and how to deal with people so that you can keep your career and keep your respect and keep a good reputation so that you know how to deal with these problems when they arise. So then you can deal, here's common problems we have in the trades. Bad client, someone didn't want to pay an invoice. Oh, clients had hard luck circumstance. Oh, I got to let someone go. You could do all of that. Boom. That's a content bucket. And you could probably get 30 videos out of that super, super easy until people start sending in stories and your community starts making the content for you by telling you their hard luck stories about things they're going through on the job. And then you giving your reaction and your advice. Boom. You've got the makings of a call-in show then. You end up being the Dave Ramsey of the trades and of blue collar workers on that side of it. Here's another one though. You can end up to some degree making Graham Stephan-like content for the trades people and end up making these, videos about blue collar jobs that pay $100,000 a year. 8 blue collar jobs that pay $100,000 a year. Here's jobs that pay $100,000 a year, no degree. Boom. And that's all trades. Boom. That's the finance side of the trades. The CPM on that, by the way, the CPM on that and the RPM on that, that is literally going to be like $20 plus. It's going to be $20 plus. Meanwhile, gaming is going to be like 2 to 5. Gaming is going to be 2 to 5. Doing this career development stuff on the trades, $20, $30. $30, $20 compared to 2 to 5. Boom. Content strategy, high monetization niche, almost no competition, blue ocean sitting there. Blue ocean, underserved market, supply demand. Is it going to go viral? Probably not. It's probably not going to go viral. It's going to get more money in than most viral content does on YouTube Shorts. And it's actually genuinely going to change people's lives, build up your reputation, probably get to write a best-selling book, probably get to do speaking engagements, probably become a $5,000 a gig public speaker with free travel. Sitting right there. And people aren't doing it. Sitting right there. People in the trades, blue-collar millionaires, right there. Nobody's talking about it. Right there. And the content wouldn't even be difficult to make. Not really. Just requires lived experience. And that's the big disqualifier. So, boom. How to make an effective content strategy. We figure out the schedule. We make things right size in our life. We figure out who our avatar of our audience is. Again, these are things I teach people in Awesome Creator Academy. These are things I teach people one-on-one coaching. We get absolutely clear about who our avatar is. Even I had to go through this process. Who's my avatar? My avatar? Okay, great. You can have more than one avatar. They have one general theme, but they can be in different parts of their journey. So for me, new content creators who are working class content creators and have a full-time job, that's probably my biggest overall audience avatar. But then, so I'd say that's literally 60% of my audience. 60% of my audience is working class content creators who have a 9-to-5 job. 30% of my audience are content creators that are like ready to be full-time or are full-time already, in the sense that they are making money on YouTube this is beginning to get to the place where it can or would replace their 9 to 5 job, or they're in transition. So they're those transitional creators that are like right on the cusp, or they just became full time, right? So I have people who would like to be full-time content creators, and then people who are or just became full-time content creators. And then I have 10% of my audience that are the people that actually have 100,000 subscribers or more, but realize that they still don't know everything and that they're overwhelmed and that they probably need to hire help. They don't know where to put their YouTube money to grow the channel, or in general, how to improve the content. They struggle with brand deals. They struggle with diversification. They are like desperately reliant on their AdSense, and it keeps them up at night. It gives them anxiety that they don't have more revenue streams. They're having problems selling products. They're worried that this is all going to go away, despite having 100,000, 500,000, 2 million subscribers. They have this anxiety. So I know exactly who my avatar and my customer is, and I know the ratio. I know 60% of the audience is working class content creators, 30% is either full-time or could be, has the potential to be, the real potential, provable potential to be, and then 10% are successful content creators who are still struggling despite their success. So like I know exactly who the audience is. Boom. So then it's a matter of making content, enough content for them. So knowing I'm going to make 100 videos, I probably should make 60 videos that is for the working class content creator, 30 videos that is for that intermediate content creator who's like, you know, full-time or about to be or just became full-time and is going through it. And then for 10% for people who are a little bit more advanced and are having some very specific problems. I know exactly what content that should be. The problem would be, okay, now I need to schedule, plan all of that, craft the thumbnails, craft the titles, shoot the videos, edit the videos. Solo content creator, 500K subscribers. It's the single greatest YouTube mistake of all time, is to be at 500 plus subscribers and still make everything yourself. Had a plan to hire people. Pandemic decided, oh, those plans you had, Roberto. Yeah, so that's what happens. But what I will say about it is, at some point, I do plan to get an editor, more than one probably, because Ali Abdal and I got to meet at the Kajabi event recently, and he told me to my face that the only reason that I don't have 1 million subscribers is because I'm still doing a solo content creator. Because I'm still a solo content creator is the only reason I have 1 million subscribers. But the 1 million subscribers isn't the worst part. The worst part is I know I could literally help more creators if I was making more content more consistently, and if I was able to do the other things besides office hours and besides the products we have to take Awesome Creator Academy to the next level. And I know that if I am splitting more time video editing, that I'm not doing those things, because I could just make better content by being the on-camera person and the strategist, because I know there are better video editors than me. There are people who can come as good or better than me or faster and be more consistent at it and won't nitpick it as much. And even if they do nitpick it, it's not my problem anymore. I can literally take back tens of hours a week, hundreds upon hundreds of hours a year if I'm not editing. And those hundreds of hours a year of my best skills, strategy, my performance, my time, my personal attention could all be deployed in other areas of my life that would drastically improve more than I could improve ever at video editing. So I'd rather take back hundreds of hours of my life and then just outsource the video editing. It's taken me how long to get there to where I'm okay with that? It also took the end of the pandemic. Let's be real. So that's reality. A lot of you, if you do get to full time, the next problem you will have is hiring not only freelancers, but also starting to hire full-time people, taking things off your plate, letting go, taking back your time, and then balancing either your bigger goals, your best talent, or frankly, some of you maintaining your relationships and being happy and healthy and not either getting out of shape or getting divorced. So, outsourcing is kind of a big deal and not enough people do it. And not enough people do it properly. The good news for me is I've hired so many freelancers for one-off projects or recurring projects over the years. I'm very good at hiring freelancers. We have team members long-term in Awesome Creator Academy, but not in the content creation part of my personal brand. That's the thing that I still put on my own shoulders, and you shouldn't do that at 500K. You should just get other people, let it go. Just saying. So I'm not perfect by any means, and you can learn from my mistakes and not repeat them because I put them out in public. Build in public. Not for everybody. So yeah, so let's get to the next part. We talked a little bit about strategy. I'm glad we got to that. I went way over time, but that's fine. Let's talk about topics that your audience wants to watch. And let's give you a method for figuring that out. Thank you, Aline Smith, for the $5 super chat. Question: do you have book suggestions that teach you how to be a better marketer on YouTube? I would say the best books that I could recommend, besides my book that you can buy, which is Create Something Awesome. You can buy that on Amazon. I would say Superfans, YouTube Secrets, YouTube Formula, and my book are probably the best books you could buy that would help with those things. You could also buy Marketing for Dummies. And I think that that could be helpful. So, yep, great question. When it comes to editing gameplay, for example, if there's a long period of time in the video where you don't deem it unnecessary to make any edits, should you force it or let it go on vanilla? I would say you do what is in the best interest of respecting your viewers' time, and that should make all the decisions for you. Question: what mistake do you see content creators make in 2023? Mostly, I want to speak to the mistake that I see the working class content creators make in 2023. Working class content creators who have a 9-to-5 job make the mistake of following YouTube advice that's meant for people who are full-time and have time freedom, investment capital, extra manpower, and have experience. Most YouTube advice that you will see on Twitter, most of the interviews on podcasts that you see from high-level people are not geared toward the working class creator. They're talking to their peers. They're talking to what they see in the bubble of people who are already full-time and can throw things at this. They are not talking to the 30-year-old who is doing YouTube, is a housewife, has responsibilities still, or even the people who are working, the people who are in a 2-income household and have kids running around, or even people who are in a committed relationship. The advice that they're giving is not necessarily conducive or helpful for that. The advice that you see that's at the highest level typically describes the YouTuber's own lived experience. And the lived experience of the most of the YouTubers who are giving you this advice is they're in their 20s, they are single, and they have no kids. And most of them didn't work a office career or a trade before doing YouTube. They worked retail, nothing wrong with that. They worked food services, nothing wrong with that. They didn't necessarily have that. Or they were a student and they dedicated themselves to their academic life and only briefly visited adult responsibility before YouTube worked out for them because they'd been creating since they were a teenager. So since most of the people that you get this advice from were literally making YouTube videos since they were 13 years old and they're in their 20s now, they have a decade of experience on the internet and with content creation, which most of you, if you are ready, are 30 plus, which a lot of you are as working class creators. Maybe you don't have that. Or maybe you were a normie, even if you're in your 20s, maybe you were a normie and you weren't really into the internet when you were a kid and you were into sports or something like that. And you didn't get into the internet until you went to college. So you don't have experience of the internet culture for over a decade, at least in participating in it from a creation standpoint versus consuming it. So you don't have that experience. Most Americans don't have $1,000 in savings. So again, like spending money on videos, thumbnail design, editing, not going to happen for most of you. So, okay, that's off the table for a lot of people. Maybe over the course of a year, by spending saving up $150 a month over the course of a year, you get $1,000 worth of camera gear, and that's your production. But you're not going to have that money to hire editors or this or that next and the third and stuff like that. Not at today's rates for those, unless you're outsourcing overseas. So okay, what are you going to do there? So you don't have the manpower, the expertise, the investment capital, and then you work a 9-to-5 job and you're exhausted over where you don't got the time and energy. You don't got the time freedom. You don't got the energy. So how are you going to make the YouTube advice that comes from the top people in the world of podcasting and all the Twitter threads? How are you going to make that work as a working class creator? See, that's the issue I have. The issue is if you're a working class content creator, or even if you're a YouTuber in the creator middle class, most of the advice doesn't accommodate the time freedom you would have, the energy capacity you would have after dealing with either your work or your family. It doesn't address the resource issue and how are you going to justify allocating resources to YouTube if you're not full-time already. How are you going to allocate resources to YouTube justifiably? If you're single, there's no one to conversate that with. There's no one to navigate that with. There's no one to negotiate with if you're single. If you're in a relationship, oh, that's going to be a negotiation, and it's probably going to be a very bad one. So that doesn't always work out. And then where are you going to get the extra help and support? One of the most fortunate people I know is Sean Cannell, because of his wife Sonia and how much she is all in on the vision that he has for their lives and for their family, and the wonderful relationship and partnership they have. He's one of the luckiest men in the world because he has a wife that's all in, and not everyone does. So like a lot of people, they're either in it by themselves or they have to justify and explain everything they're doing to their family only to not be believed in. And that sucks. And that's really difficult. So like not everyone has that. Not everyone has supportive parents. Some people have supportive parents. Some people's parents will literally laugh at the work that they're doing online. So again, a lot of people who give advice don't contextualize or bring that up, and I'm not saying they aren't relatable or they can't do it. I'm saying that I know that a lot of them are kind of speaking to the wish or dream they had for themselves of where they wish they had been able to start versus the very meager situation that they would have been able to start. And then some of them did start from a situation that was very, very fortunate, where they were very blessed to have resources, time, and the opportunity to do it and to go all in. Not everyone does. So if you can't go all in, it's a grind. So I don't like the all in advice, the go all in advice, not early on, not in that situation. It's just not workable for most people. It's not realistic for most people. It certainly is not realistic for anyone that's like usually over 25. Now, the aspirational advice, and should people that are like under 22 with no responsibility, no relationship, okay, those people, they might as well, because they don't have much to lose, and starting over wouldn't be so bad for them if it doesn't work out. If you're like 20 and you end up wasting 4 years of your life, it sucks, but like, how bad is that? Now, if you're 30 and you waste 4 years of your life, that's different. Wasting 4 years of your life in your 30s hits very differently than wasting 4 years of your life in your 20s. In your 20s, you can afford to go all in on YouTube and eat ramen. You can afford to be misunderstood by people in your family in your 20s for the most part, as long as you're not going to end up on the street for it. Realistically, there's not that much downside if you're 18 or 20 to trying to aggressively pursue being a content creator, as long as you're being somewhat responsible. It's not really some tragedy that could happen from that most of the time, as long as you're not a prank channel. But in your late 20s, in your 30s, in your 40s, well, what's the advice there and how you make that work? And so that's the thing. That's the thing I would say. So what's the mistake? I would say the mistake is that smaller content creators compare their content and the circumstances surrounding their content to people with nearly unlimited resources who, between their teams, can put 100 to 300 hours into a single video. They can spend a budget of $1,000 to $10,000 on the video idea itself, let alone the back end. They can spend $100 to $500 on the perfect thumbnail for that video, and they already have enough sponsors lined up to cover it if it doesn't work out. And they would still meet everyone's payroll and salary requirements while doing it, even with a team of like 3 to 5 people. So a solo bedroom content creator's mistake is comparing themselves to someone like I just described, someone with time of themselves and their team, investment capital for every aspect of the project, manpower they don't have, and experience and expertise that either came from them or they paid somebody else for. And a solo content creator, a small YouTuber, a working class content creator has no business comparing themselves to someone at the top who has all of those advantages while you have none of them. And that's the point. And that's like the biggest thing that, like, for me, is what I try to address when I make this content is how do you address the gap in resources and circumstance in a realistic way? And unfortunately, the only answer is you have to develop the skills and work very hard at those skills. Schedule YouTube and make it a priority in your life. And then you need an actual strategy that will allow you to make content consistently at a reasonable level of quality for what your resources allow for. Not what every big YouTuber says quality is, but the quality that your resources and your circumstances and your time freedom allows to happen without destroying the situation and stability of you and your family. So this might be the other big one. Warren Hughes says, I have a booktube channel that I grew to 5K, then stalled, and has been dead on arrival for years. Most content in that niche is personal preference vlogs, so it feels hard to gauge what value I can provide. What I would tell you is I think that you should really consider books that might have large, not only large search volume around them, but large conversations that they address and that are big enough, and have rabid fan bases, dedicated Reddit communities. I would find books that have dedicated rabid audiences that aren't represented in YouTube, but are represented on other platforms of the internet, like Reddit, for example, and books that are very heavily have a community around them in good reads, but are not represented in the booktube community. And maybe I would go in that direction, because I think that when a channel like this one stalls, it's because there's a demand problem, not a supply problem. That the supply side of, oh, what's popular is there, but you need the blue ocean strategy of serving a large enough total addressable market, what we call TAM. You need a total addressable market that's big enough, TAM. You qualify, is it big enough, by finding communities outside of YouTube where it could be big enough, because then other people will recruit and onboard to your videos in those communities. You won't have to ask people to talk about it in Reddit. They will, because they've been starved for having their favorite series acknowledged and championed, and they will do that. So consider something like that. Mallory says, thank you. My channel is in the gaming niche. It's Armored Core, a third-person shooter based around single-player missions. I'm familiar with Armored Core. Yeah. This is Renee Ritchie, YouTube's own creator liaison, and he's talking about what I said on the policy side for the reused content policy. Happy to chat about it anytime, Roberto. As you might imagine, it's not always as easy like copyright or community guidelines. There can be more violations than what's initially flagged. Let's chat. Yep. Happy to chat about that one, Renee. You're always welcome anytime. I think that the reused content policy is probably the most misunderstood policy on the platform right now. And I would say it's probably the most troublesome for creators. I literally get multiple DMs and messages a week about this policy. And by easy, he means simple. It's not as simple. I agree. I do not envy the YouTube policy team ever. Oh yeah, Andrew Can's right. We are so fortunate. We're so lucky to have a platform that's actually listening to creators, and where employees of YouTube will lurk in the chat and be helpful and not antagonistic. And yeah, we're looking at you, Twitch. I'm not gonna spend this stream calling out Twitch. I might save that for later in the week. Sylph Spectra says, "Hey Roberto, huge value you're providing today. I've got a couple of AVD graphs you might find very intriguing, might be instructive for the viewers. Kind of hilarious mistake I made back in the day. Yeah, hit me up on Twitter whenever you want to share anything in terms of analytics or data. Happy to look at it, and then I can ask you if it's okay to share some of that stuff publicly. And then I'm good with that." So yeah, let's move on to the conversation around demonstrating value to the viewer, because I think it's one of the most important things we can talk about right now is demonstrating value to the viewer. So the way that we demonstrate value to the viewer is always the formula of topic, title, thumbnail, and timing. But for that, let's focus initially on topic. Let's focus initially on topics. So we want to come up with topics for our videos, which mostly will also come down and flow into titles. So a lot of you will ask me, and I have ChatGPT up because we're going to use this as an example and we're going to use it to help ourselves. But a lot of you will ask me, Roberto, I'm struggling to come up with a topic for my channel. Struggling to come up with a topic for my channel. Actually can help you with that, because the reason you're struggling to come up with a topic, the right topics for your channel, is because you don't necessarily understand your actual audience. Let me see here. And I had ChatGPT co-pilot with me something we called the deeper framework. And so with the deeper framework, this is to help you understand how to build your audience avatar. This is to help you understand, who am I making content for? What do they care about? Why do they care about it? What do they actually seem like? What is their personality? And then you can actually make like the right content for them. This is some follow-up for Renee, by the way. Yeah. But like, let's make the right content for the right viewer. So why do we call this the deeper framework? Because D is for demographics. This is things like, okay, who is my audience? What's their age? What are these, statistics about them? Where do they live? Et cetera, et cetera. E is for experiences. Dig into the attitude, values, and interest of your viewers. This is really important. What things do your audience genuinely care about? What are their values? What do they already give attention to? What are they interested in? And can you prove that? And can you prove that? Okay. Do you have some objective way to measure this? Part of the way we measure this objectively for me is sometimes when I want to say, okay, I know who my audience is. I know what their demographics are. Okay, great. What I want to figure out, and I have a general idea of what they're interested in, I open up YouTube. I have a plugin that you are very familiar with, I'm sure, called TubeBuddy. And I will use things like the search explorer, the keyword explorer in TubeBuddy to kind of get a sense of, oh, well, gee, what is my audience like? What can I prove that this group of people cares about? So one thing I like is they do have a what's trending that has like United States and other places and stuff like that. None of this might fit my niche, but if it did, I might get very fortunate, very lucky and say, okay, there's something in my niche that's going on and it has hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of searches. Okay. But if it doesn't, then I can still find something that does. So again, let's go with the entertainment niche.
It's not clickbait. Today, I'm going to tell you exactly how to get 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. This is not something you're going to be able to do overnight. And unfortunately, for most of you watching this, no, you're probably not going to be able to get 1,000 subscribers in 30 days. There's a very extreme method for doing that I will probably cover in another video.
Where's that coming from?
Today, we're going to take the most realistic approach
that must be coming
actually
from the
getting
background
1,000 subscribers using a 4-step method. Plan, produce, publish, promote. And frankly,
where is that coming from?
Is the entire strategy that is necessary to grow a successful YouTube channel from 0 goose egg to even 100,000 subscribers on YouTube and get a coveted silver play button. Now, on average, getting one of these, no, doesn't happen in 30 days, doesn't happen for a year. Those are unicorns. Not everybody is going to blow up on YouTube. That is the harsh truth and reality.
Oh,
And I'm
I
here
know
to
where
tell
that's coming from. I accidentally pushed a button that played the video that we were looking at data on. That's why. Okay, moving on. Sorry about that hiccup there. Let me see. Where was I? I was looking at something for a reason. What was I looking at? Now I can't remember what I was in the middle of saying. Oh, we were talking about topics. We were talking about TubeBuddy. That's right. Sorry about that. Sheesh. Keyword Explorer. I'm going to type in.
tell you the truth. And
Oh,
getting
why is it doing that? Oh, I know what it is. Give me a quick second. I know what it is. Sorry about that. So yeah, we're in TubeBuddy here. Joys of live streaming, everyone. Let's see. Ray Skywalker gets a search volume of an estimated 85,000 searches a month, and videos about Ray Skywalker average 93,000 views per month. Okay, so right off the bat, if I was an entertainment channel and I cover, Star Wars, I cover geek culture, I cover anything of that sort, I'm probably going to figure out right now how I can talk about the Ray Skywalker movie that's not even out yet, and talk about what's going on with Kathleen Kennedy and Lucasfilm and Dave Filoni. So topical. So like in terms of topic, I need to combine that with timing and trends that meet the demographic that I'm specifically targeting and what they care about, what their experience and attitudes are. I also need to think about, for my video itself, what are their expectations, desires, needs, and problems. I need to consider their preferences, and I need to think about how they engage and what they engage with. And then I need to be willing to revise all of this. So deeper, it spells the acronym deeper, DEEPER. Okay. So that is a mental model and a framework for content creation that allows you to understand your audience. You know what we've said about YouTube for years? We keep saying this. Whoever understands the audience wins. The creator who understands their audience the most wins. Well, how do I learn and understand my audience? We've given you a framework for that. This is something I teach the Academy members. It's called Deeper. So we go deeper with our audience. We sit there. How do we understand the demographic reality of our audience? If we've been making any kind of content, we have YouTube analytics. And in YouTube analytics, we can see the demographic data of our audience through YouTube analytics. Primary example, I know that 70% of my audience is between the ages of 25 and 45. 70% of my audience is between the ages of 25 and 45, which means I understand the experiences that my audience goes through if they happen to be about 6 years older than me, or if they happen to be 10 to 15 years younger than me. In that range, I can anticipate what are your experiences, what are your expectations. Like, I understand your demographic information. Great. What do you care about? What do you relate to? What are your preferences? What are your problems? I have a very reasonable way to understand those things, relate to those things, figure it out, and then incorporate that into my content and what topics I preference. Primary example, what topics does Roberto cover? I know that since I know this data point, because you could also take demographics, you could also say data. I know this data point. Less than 10% of all creators have 10,000 subscribers. So if I'm going to focus on subscriber growth, how to grow with 0 subscribers, how to get your first 1,000 subscribers, how to get to 10,000 subscribers, how to get to 10,000 subscribers in 12 months, how to get 1,000 subscribers in 100 days, how to get 1,000 subscribers fast. Boom. The titles practically write themselves for me because I understand what someone's priorities and cares about. Because who's my audience? What's my audience? What's my audience avatar? New YouTuber, small YouTuber, not yet monetized YouTuber, monetized YouTuber, YouTuber who's struggling to be consistent, YouTuber who's struggling to get views, YouTuber who's struggling to get subscribers, YouTuber who's struggling to get into the partner program, YouTuber who has anxiety about YouTube policy changes, YouTuber who has insecurity about not being able to make higher quality content because they don't know what gear to buy or they can't afford it. How can they make more with less? How can they find budget camera gear? Because they can only afford X amount, because they only make this much, because they're a working class content creator who makes exactly this salary. What was my salary back in the day? Oh, I was making like 30, 35K a year. Oh, well, after you pay for everything to live, well, how much can you reasonably save up in a year to be able to invest back into your channel? Oh, it's this much. I know what budget gear works for that. Oh, I know what $20 microphone to sell. I know what $50 microphone works for that. Oh, I know what lighting gear is under $100. I know what, oh, budget cameras, 6 best budget cameras. Oh, best lighting under $200. Best microphones under $200. I know exactly what my audience could be in budget. Best microphones under $100. Best wireless microphones under $200. Real world test. The topics and titles will write themselves if you actually understand your audience and you understand their pain point and you understand their lifestyle and you understand their lived experiences. If you can put yourself in the shoes of your audience, or you already have been, you understand your audience better, you know how to relate to them. Now, there's an upper echelon of your audience where maybe the gap is between where you were and where you are now. And maybe part of you desperately wants to make content for people who are where you are now. Maybe part of what you can do, if you're doing that, is you make content that is about the journey so that people understand. And so maybe some of that content is aspirational content. And maybe you tie it together with what you would have done back then versus what you would do today. And that content can then still serve the people who aren't in your position, but still let you tell some of your story if you've been wanting to tell more of your story and you've been wanting to express yourself. See, the problem with a lot of YouTubers is they put expressing themselves above the needs of their audience. And then they wonder why their views start to go away or something like that, or people don't subscribe as much. Me, the only reason views go away or people don't subscribe as much is I just don't make as much content. That has always been the way this channel works. This content works on high value content that has high volume and consistency. This channel has never worked in proportion to how many hours I put into a video. It's never happened for this channel. And if you do an informational based or education channel, it does not scale with quality. It scales with consistency. There are exceptions to that rule, but that is the rule. And I don't make the rules. I just observe, report, and record. I don't interfere. Like was it observe and record, never interfere. Like the watchers from Highlander, for those of you old heads like me, hashtag old heads. So again, understanding your audience is the key. And when you can do that, the topics manifest themselves. But what we have to do is then we have to put those into a bucket and kind of like make these content buckets so that we know, okay, here's the like types of videos I make. Maybe it's these 3 types of videos. Maybe it's these 5 types of videos. How do I get a series out of those? How do I get a playlist out of those? What are my formats? These are my formats. I mean, we can look at, I know people might be tired of the example, but Mr. Beast is a good example because we have, okay, this group versus that group. And it's some form of an extreme, like boys versus girls or ages 1 through 100. Those are his most extreme examples. Or the Squid Games. Those are versus competitions. Okay, so he does versus competitions. What else does he do? Hide and seek in this extraordinary place, like a castle or something. Got it. Cool. Okay. $1,000 thing versus $1 million thing. Okay, cool. Contrast. So we know his formats for that. 24 hours surviving in this place. So he will, like, he and the boys will have fun trying to survive something for 24 hours and suffer a little bit. Or he will do a personal challenge where he makes himself suffer for 2 days straight, 50-hour challenge, because 50 is a better number than 48. So boom. Mr. Beast has like 8 styles of video that he basically makes and rotates through. And those are the types of videos, at least for the main channel that he makes. Boom. So those are his content buckets. So it's a matter of figuring these things out. Well, what are your content buckets? And then, like, what are your formats and everything like that? I have a 15 tip series. 15 tip series has been doing wonderful for me when I actually get around to it. I have a 15 tip series. One of the best series I've ever done is the 15 tip series because it lets me go deeper on something. The how to actually do something series, that is done very well. The, how to, as a formula, like the how to actually and exactly how to, that's been doing great. That's been doing great. So again, there are series and formats and things that I can make and package, and I have my proper quote unquote content buckets. Okay. I'm going to be bringing back some of my tutorial style videos, like I said, with the video editing, video production, and the budget gears. I'm bringing back, it may not be Tuesdays, but I'm bringing back Tech Tuesdays. I'm bringing back Tech Tuesdays. Oh, what are my Tech Tuesdays? My Tech Tuesdays will be around largely budget gear for creators, and then we'll do some baller gear, and then we'll do some budget versus baller gear. Because remember, versus format. So it's like, okay, like let's see. Oh, here's a good one. $500 camera versus $5,000 camera. That's a good one. See, like that could be interesting. That's the kind of thing that makes sense. And by the way, even if it doesn't get a bunch of views for me, it'll get the right views. And more importantly, in my case, it's a good reference video, but it's also a really good video for the affiliate link perspective, which we'll talk about the monetization side of things later. We'll definitely talk about that later. But thumbnails. Let's switch over. I'm going to show you literally the thumbnail side of things. This is actually going to be extremely helpful for some people. Let's talk about thumbnails. So I showed you thumbnail templates linked in the description. I've shown you my style of thumbnails, which are, nope, that's the products thing. Hang on. There we go. Need to move this so that's slightly wider on screen. And then I'll make this bigger. Okay. So the way I make thumbnails that a lot of people don't is I make, by the way, this one did good. This one's almost at 20,000 views so far. It's evergreen. It'll be searched because it's a YouTube monetization policy update. So it'll get evergreen views. It's about almost at 20,000. For long term, it'll probably hit 35, 40,000 before the end of the year. That's fine. This one, I think, did really well back in the day. I think that one's 80,000 views because I think this one is like most expensive most profitable niches in YouTube. So I'm going to show you kind of my approach because what I do is I make thumbnails in a series. You may have noticed that I make thumbnails in a series. And the reason I make thumbnails in a series is because one, it lets me duplicate the success of previous things that worked, but it's also something that makes it faster to make thumbnails while still making them more effective. Now, again, it doesn't have 100% accuracy, but it does really good and it saves me so much time. So what I would do is a lot of times, I have more in-depth Photoshop tutorials that you can look at. What I'll do is I'll make another artboard, and this will make a blank artboard so that next to this in my series, I have the blank canvas. Now, what I like to do to make my life easier is because this background color and whatnot is so effective for me. And the way that I set it up is I will literally use, Apple Command C, and I will literally onto this artboard often just go ahead and paste the background. Whoops. Shortcut key's not working. Is it? It's probably because I'm streaming. Bet you it's because I'm streaming. Usually the way this would work when my computer doesn't want to be a butthead, and it might be, it could be the bloody new update I did. Whatever. Oh, is it because I did it as artboards? Yeah, it is. It's because I did it as artboards. It's fine. So what I'll do is I'll take this background color and I'll either copy and paste, or what I will do is I'll use the eyedropper tool and I'll get that color. But the thing is, I really like this blue color. So I can copy and paste that there. And that's fine. And then if I want to see if I can get my same shadowing effect. If I can't get my same layered shadowing effect from my overlay layer, then I'll just recreate it with the brush tool. So either way, it's fine. It's fine either way, but my preference is to just steal it from my previous art, like over here or the other one. So if I just do that, go over to this layer, paste it, I have something very similar. Or because this is just an overlay layer and all I really did here was just paint with a black and white brush, I can show you how to recreate this. So the way that I would do it is I get the brush tool, I'll make a new layer, I'll go with black, I'll give it like 20% or something like that. I'll adjust this brush to make sure it has a hardness of 0. So that's a soft brush. So it's a big old soft brush. And I will paint these corners. I'll adjust my blend mode to overlay. Yep, overlay blend mode. And I'll get these corners a bit darker. I'll get the center where I know I'm going to position myself. I'll create some backlighting. And then this is going to create that depth that I want. Maybe I take darkness up a notch. And then I've kind of created this background that I want very similar to this. So basically I've recreated that. It's just really quick and dirty because we're like, really trying to get this done as quickly as possible for demonstration purposes. Just for demonstration purposes. Yeah, if you need a better streaming camera that's not $1,000, I highly recommend the Sony ZV-1F. The Sony ZV-1F is what I would recommend. That's almost as good as anything else I've got going on here. That's 500 and not 1,000. So definitely check that out. That's why I'm making the best cameras, the best budget cameras for YouTube. Okay, so I've got that. Now, normally, again, these are elements that have worked for me, and this is how I approach this whole thing. Is I usually reuse, whatever elements have worked for me. But failing that, let's see. I have poses of myself somewhere here. Poses for thumbnails. Do we have March 2022? Give me a second. I'm grabbing some poses. Let's see here. Did we use the ones with the orange shirt? Were those in focus? We'll use the... We could use this one. Yeah, that's not bad. All right, so we'll use this one. And yes, I already have photos of me where I've literally already extracted myself from the photos. You can use a Photoshop command for remove background. You can use Canva for that, but I literally already have that in place. So that's the good news. So I have that. Now what? We have a good background. We have a good photo of me. Okay. What's the overall concept of the video? What's the overall concept of the video? Well, it depends. Let's say I wanted to do something about YouTube and AI. In my case, if I want to do something about YouTube and AI and how that's going to make people money, the best thing I could do in theory is get some kind of elements that would represent that idea extremely well and in a unique way that will work with this image. Now, generally, because I'm me, I would either make something where I like either make these dollar signs or the YouTube logo. But let's say that that's not really a proper option. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to open up Discord, and I'm actually going to use a tool that you guys have rarely seen me use, but that is tremendously powerful, and it's called Midjourney. So we're going to create a prompt here. The only thing I really need to borrow is I want to borrow these dimensions. And I'm going to tell Midjourney to imagine a female cyberpunk AI with dreadlocks, no background, realistic. Yep. And high detail. Thoughtful expression. Worried expression. Mid shot. I'm going to tell it ISO 100, F2. That should be pretty close to what I would want. And it's going to generate that for me. And then once it generates that for me, I'll have some options to play with here. And then I can take that asset back into Photoshop with the photo of me. And then I can start to try to composite this. And let's see how close it gets. It might not even get all of what I put in right, because sometimes it doesn't, but we'll see. We'll see, and we'll see what it gives me to work with and how interesting it is. And it'll give me at least the first brush of an idea. This isn't bad. I already know that I want it to be more robotic. I'm going to go ahead and come up with another prompt, and I'm going to tell it that I want it to be more robotic, thoughtful expression. Thinker pose, good shot. These look really good, by the way. It's just not necessarily the concept that I'm thinking of. With the paid version of Midjourney, you do have copyright with the paid version. So I wouldn't stress about it too much. There are some great videos out there about that exact topic. This one at the top here isn't bad, though. I don't know if it'll fit with my thumbnail. This isn't bad. And here's the beauty. I can push this thing called zoom out. And that might actually work better for my thumbnail. than I thought. The pieces of red in there are actually a good idea because that might work with the YouTube theme that I'm going for. So again, you're watching me ideate and craft a thumbnail in real time using a combination of tools, and whether that's Photoshop or Midjourney for this, specific thing. Quick question in here: can a phone be a good camera for a live stream if you're able to use the front-facing camera versus having this version of the camera? If you're able to use this and then put it on the screen, yes, it can be. There is kind of a setup for that if you're using Mac. So yes. And again, I'm going to try to speed run this thumbnail, by the way, because again, doing a thumbnail, even when you have templates, even when you have other things like pre-made, it could take a minute. It could take a really good minute. I like this one down here, I think. Like, it can take a good minute. So I'm trying to speed run this thumbnail. And then I need to go back over to Photoshop. By the way, this is also taking me somewhat longer because of the simple fact that I'm trying to walk you all through things versus just actually doing them the way that I might normally. Okay, great. Remove background. Boom. Literally one-click background removal. Thank you, Photoshop. Literally one, and it's good. And it's clean. Look at that. Literally one-click background removal. So, boom. I send this behind here. I do that. Here, I might want to add an adjustment layer. No, I don't need a mask. I need an adjustment layer. I'm going to use a curves adjustment layer to brighten her up. I can brighten the background up and add some more contrast to that later, but I wanted to brighten her up specifically to kind of get things matching a little bit more. I think I'm also going to adjust this to bring the reds out, warm up her skin, get her closer to my tones because that was shot a lot more cool way. Then I'm going to make this into a clipping mask so it only affects her. Then I'm going to make a curves layer for my background that goes a little harsher, and that pops. That pops a lot more. That slaps a lot harder. Let's also add some more backlighting behind her a little bit to make this work as a concept just a little bit more. We'll switch that blend mode to overlay like we talked about. There we go. And so that's popping. That's not bad. So we have that. If I want the concept to be YouTube AI, and we'll just, for the sake of speed, just grab this logo from our other layer there. And so now I have all of this. It kind of tells the story. And then what do I want to do about text? And again, I don't really know any like YouTube automation that I can claim works or is legit or anything like that. I'm literally just crafting this thumbnail idea because it's relevant to the what do you call it? It's relevant to the concept. I don't really want to make a video about YouTube automation because I think that it literally becomes a video trying to talk about which ones are legit, which ones are scams and everything like that. I'd rather, if I did that, I'd want to do like a collab with somebody who covers anti-scam, but I make good old-fashioned YouTube videos where you actually talk to the camera. I don't do a faceless automation channel. I mean, you guess my music channel, but that's not really automated. I actually do work on that when I want to do it. But yeah, this would just sell the concept. There are more things I can do to this, but this is a really simple and straightforward way for me to make what is an effective thumbnail for my channel. Now, conceptually, there are things that I could have done differently. There are thumbnail templates that might have been better for this. That's not what I'm looking for. Where was it? Oh yeah, here it is. Like, there are things I might have been able to do with like one of these templates from the creator starter pack and the YouTube starter kit that might have theoretically been more effective. Maybe I make 2 AI models, I put them side by side here, and then I put myself in the middle, and then I put text. That could be a concept and that could work. By the way, that concept could still work in this one. In theory, I could have just put 2 AIs on the side of me and put a bunch of small YouTube logos. I could still do that conceptually, and it still gets you to the same place, same idea, same concept. Also, I think she's like a little too big, because I think what I'd rather do is that like we almost seem similar in size. So maybe what I do is place more like that. And I could always clean that up later. Maybe I move myself a little bit more here because of the YouTube logo placement. Again, this is just tweaking. But again, in concept, this thumbnail becomes about as good as any other thumbnail that I've ever made. And it is a simple to understand idea. I could also change out this model. I can get more of a robot. If I go back into Midjourney, I want to generate something that seems much more robotic, less human. But I think that this also, again, with the red in there, I think it's not bad. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. So I don't dislike this. I don't really hate this. And again, I know that this sounds overly simplistic, but I'm just using this to show you that it doesn't have to be a crucible to make thumbnails. But making thumbnails is really important to get clicks and views. And you have to understand what works for your channel, what doesn't work for your channel. Maybe complex thumbnails work for your channel. Maybe less complex thumbnails, they're simple and concept driven, work for your title. Maybe it's photography that works for your thumbnails. Yes, the bottom corner for the timestamps, I left more than enough room to where you still understand what the word is when it comes to mine. You could avoid it altogether. I'm not overly concerned with it these days. As for the font that I like to use big sans serif thought fonts. So what fonts do I use? I use Babus New, I use Futura, and I use Champion Bold. So those are the ones I usually use. Those are like 3 of my big fonts. Also the good old standby Helvetica, the good old standby Helvetica. So that is what I use for fonts. There's also a lot of free open source fonts I use, like Open Sans. Obviously, I use Open Sans. I also use Oswald Semi-Bold because that's a free font that you can get from Google Fonts for YouTube thumbnails. So again, you guys can use a lot of the free Google fonts for your thumbnails, and that'll be very effective, and it'll get you clean, readable thumbnails if you guys use the Google fonts. So that's just something to keep in mind. Titles that engage and get clicks. Titles that engage and get clicks. Yeah, sometimes the simpler a thumbnail is, the more effective it is, and basically trigger your lizard brain. Do not require executive function to figure it out. Yep, that's also a very good idea. So go back. Abner is also a great font. I agree. So going back to title generation, a lot of you're not great at titles. Sometimes even I suck at titles. But look at what we were able to get. We were able to get some engaging ideas for titles by using ChatGPT and using this prompt that I talked about that I generated. And this is why I've made a tool that we call Creator Prompts. It's linked in the description down below. It's a $9 tool that lets you get 200 ChatGPT prompts that I wrote. And you know that I'm a good prompt writer because, again, look what we were able to get for Minecraft out of this title assistant bot that I wrote. But we could do this for more than just Minecraft because I showed you this. I'm going to give it some context. I'm going to say, I have another video idea for you to help with. this one is going to have a different audience. Are you ready to help assist me with that? Watch this. Always say please and thank you to ChatGPT. Always. Absolutely, I'm ready to assist you with your next video idea. Please provide me the context, the target audience, and the overall concept of the video. I'll help you come up with a captivating title. See, I'm treating this like a coworker. I'm treating this like a collaborator. Okay, so boom. Now, what I will say is my audience is older Star Wars fans in their late 20s and early 30s that grew up with the prequel trilogy, Clone Wars cartoon, and who love George Lucas, Star Wars, and things from the video games and novels, but don't necessarily love the sequel trilogy. So that helps understand the audience. Context. My video idea is about the wasted potential of the sequels like The Force Awakens, Last Jedi, and how they could have been better and respected legacy characters. My goal is not to necessarily attack the sequels, but to demonstrate, to explore how we could have gotten so much better from them and why fans were ultimately disappointed. Help me come up with at least 8 video ideas and or titles around this concept, and we can workshop them together. See, this is like somewhat more like specific. Yeah, this is wildly specific. I just say, give me a title about XYZ. Now, this is a more effective way to approach your title prompting. We are adding some more advanced prompts. There are some basic ones, but this is like a more advanced prompts. Oh, I like this. I like some of these. Oh, this is actually pretty good. These are actually pretty good titles to a degree, but I think they can be slightly better. These are almost good as is. The Star Wars sequels, A Journey of Lost Potential. That is a video essay title, my friends. The Star Wars sequel, or you could go the Star Wars sequel trilogy, A Journey of Lost Potential. I love that title. I love that title. Star Wars sequels, a respectful critique and reimagining. That one's pretty good too. But I love this title, A Journey of Lost Potential. That's the perfect title, to be honest with you, for that concept. That is the perfect title for that concept. Can we look at some ways of phrasing number 7 a bit stronger. I really do love this title, and it's almost perfect. I just want to workshop other options for improving it. Again, contextually, this is how you would deal with somebody that you're working with as a collaborator. The Star Wars sequels, unraveling the journey of lost potential. That's not bad. Star Wars sequels, the unfulfilled promise of a galaxy far, far away. Damn, that's good. That slaps. The Star Wars sequels, The Journey Not Taken. That's not bad. Ooh, the Star Wars sequels, A Saga of Squandered Potential. That's the title. That's the title. See, that would be the title of the video. And see, I'm proving to you guys, by the way, that the strategies and processes that I develop around these ideas and concepts of YouTube content creation do not apply exclusively in the realm of education content, how-to content, YouTube content creation itself, quote unquote guru content. This is literally how you could do this in a different, completely different niche, completely different genre than you would expect from me. Let's see. A question here. Bro, do you feel that the gaming YouTuber niche is oversaturated? It's almost required to find something people aren't doing these days, or just be consistent with that has previously worked. It's not that it's oversaturated in and of itself. And everyone wants me to answer this question, so I'll answer this question. It's not that YouTube gaming in and of itself is an oversaturated niche. It's that as harsh as this will sound, and I've said this before, there's no saturated niche in YouTube, not really. Not most niches don't suffer from any embarrassment of riches, and there's always something that hasn't been done. The gaming niche isn't oversaturated. The gaming niche is oversaturated with low-hanging fruit, low-effort content, and low levels of consistency. I'm sorry, that's the gaming community in YouTube. The gaming niche in YouTube isn't oversaturated because if you want to watch high quality gaming content, there aren't that many options. There are a lot of people making gaming content you have no desire to watch for one reason or another. One, you don't play the game that they're playing, or two, it's very bad. Why do the big YouTube gamers rake in all the views? Because the market understands here are the options I have if I want to watch a video that will not waste my time. Here are the options I have if I'm watching gaming channels for entertainment. If I'm watching a gaming channel to get a walkthrough of a new game, you can watch a new channel. You could, if a new video game comes out and you are like, I want to be a YouTube gamer, you should literally hop on a game like Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and speed run that thing as best as you can and make not gameplay live streams. You should make tutorials that help me through every one of the shrines that you can in Tears of the Kingdom, help me complete the Zora armor set, help me get the Master Sword as early as possible, help me do this, help me do that. You should do that. Spider-Man 2 comes out. Let's go. Help me get all these trophies. Help me do this. Help me do that. Spider-Man 2 goes out. Get me through this. Okay, help me unlock this costume. Help me unlock that costume. Like, if you want to do gameplay and you're not the most entertaining, most charismatic, most funny person to ever live, you know what your answer is? Walkthroughs and tutorials that have really good audio, simplify the thing, waste the least amount of time, and get to the point. That would be your answer. But people do not want to be that. They want to be PewDiePie. They want to be Markiplier. They want to be a personality. What qualifies you for having a personality and being a personality YouTuber? One, are you very good at articulating and expressing yourself? Two, are you really good with voice and speaking and doing voice content and voiceovers? Are you really good at talking for a long time and being coherent and not using stop words like Are you really good at that? If not, you probably shouldn't try to do that because you're not good at it. And so how do you become good at things? You develop it with practice. Well, what's that look like? It's the slow grind. So most people don't do that. What most people think is they can be a YouTube gamer and spend no money on camera gear, no money on editing software, and that they can be a personality type. And what that means is this: the saturation. Do you know what's not saturated in any vertical of YouTube? In any vertical of YouTube, high quality content with good production, good personality that is well performed. You will not find a saturation of content like that on YouTube. You will not be able to very easily, off of the top of your head, name 20 channels in a niche in YouTube. They exist, mind you, 20, 100, they exist. But off the top of your head, you will struggle bust your way through 20 channels that do high production, great personality, good performance and charisma on camera, and are consistent instead of uploading whenever they feel like, and are consistent. So you will not find high value in terms of here is content that I'm interested in, that I'm always interested in and always going to be interested in. High value. So like, nope, high value. Okay. High effort in production, performance, and personality is clearly displayed. So, all right, we're demonstrating value, we're demonstrating high effort, and then consistency, demonstrating commitment to an audience. You will not find an abundance of that in YouTube gaming. You will not find an abundance of that in the beauty community. You will not find an abundance of that in any niche in YouTube. And if you do, there are sub niches where it doesn't exist in that niche that have not been exploited or explored, meaning this: the opportunity when a new game comes out to jump on that, boom, you're now the next big YouTube gaming channel if you can make high value content, high quality content, and maintain consistency. So high value, high quality, and high volume, or respectable volume and consistency. Oh, I like show discipline and commitment. I'm committed to giving you the content that is on trend and is popping right now that you are excited about, or the thing that nobody can do or is doing, and that's demonstrating high value. Then high quality. I'm committed to giving you the best video that I'm capable of making, and it will exceed what is normally posted by most people. So I will make quality that exceeds the quality that you could make, or that the average person can make, or that the most people on this content platform are making. And then I will show up and I will be consistent enough for you while maintaining that quality and delivering that value. That would be the promise. You cannot look at YouTube gaming and say people are making high value content as far as making what people want to watch. People are not that interested in watching a bunch of Let's Play streaming. Not most of the time. And there are certain games people are interested in, and there's games they're not interested in. And at different seasons and different times and different intervals. And no one, what's the value proposition? Watch you play a game. What's the value proposition? That's never clear. Watch you play a game. Why? Okay. Now, what's the value proposition? You make the best, fastest tutorials that waste my time the least. That's interesting. I just bought Jedi Survivor. Let's go. I just bought Tears of the Kingdom. Let's go. You're going to get me through a part of the game as fast as possible. Well, let's effing go. Because I might need help because I'm stuck on this part of the game. Views. Boom. Value proposition. Oh, I don't want to be a gameplay tutorial channel. Okay. Well, what kind of channel do you want to be? If you're going to be a comedy personality Let's Play channel to some degree, then fine. Make the most absurd challenge videos. Get Tears of the Kingdom, open sandbox environment, and find ways to torture Koroks. Torturing Koroks for 20 minutes straight. That is a series that anybody could make about Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, where they make elaborate contraptions with the Zone devices and find ways to torture Koroks, and that's a 1 million view video. It's a 1 million view video. Doing this in Tears of the Kingdom without this. Building 100 blank in Tears of the Kingdom. Making a Gundam in Tears of the Kingdom. Boom. Challenge accepted. Challenge video. Spectral content. So if you're in gaming, how many gaming channels make a video that we would want to watch that's never been done before on the game? That's why. I can show you a YouTube gamer right now who has figured this out, and he's only had one video flop, and he's done it in the last year. He is my favorite for demonstrating. Is my favorite for demonstrating that if your ideas are good enough, you can grow a channel. I believe as long as he doesn't screw it up, he's going to get to as long as he doesn't screw it up or start getting delusions of grandeur and think that he can make content that's more about him than about the audience, he'll be fine. But there's a gamer, Onion Butter, and I think he's trying out shorts. He should stop. Nope. See, he needs to stick to what was working. So Onion Butter, if he just sticks to what's working, he will have 100,000 views if he just sticks to what's working. Because how I beat Hitman's new mode without weapons. You know why this is his first video and it pops off 3 months ago? Because Hitman had a new mode that makes it a timely, relevant video. That makes it a timely, relevant video. And he beat it without weapons. So doing blank without blank is a challenge video. He got 400,000 views on that one because Hitman's new mode. So it's new. Hitman's a big franchise in gaming. It's not one of the most popular games in the world, but it's very beloved. It's a good franchise. Okay, he gets 400,000 views. Next thing, how I beat Hitman without killing anyone. How I beat Hitman 3 without killing anyone. 4 million views. Brilliant, magnificent, perfect thumbnail, by the way. Perfect thumbnail. Simple thumbnail. Okay. Can I KO everyone in this mansion without anyone noticing? 250,000 views 2 months ago. That makes sense. Perfect thumbnail again, by the way. Beating Hitman's stupidly difficult game mode drove me insane. Great video, Mr. B style, hour 94, straight jacket, like 140,000 views. A month ago, he had the first thing to bomb. And I think it's because of how radically different it was from the other videos and trying to insert himself more into the video. Because again, up until this point, we'd never seen his face, nothing like that. And the every 5 minutes is a disaster. I don't think that concept was strong enough. I spent 100 days in VR as Hitman. I don't think that's a strong enough concept. Those two are flopping. Again, these 4 were perfect. I think he needed to focus on insane levels of difficulty and absurdly difficult challenges and performing things in the game that we haven't seen before, because the level of difficulty required, the level of skill required is to some degree non-duplicatable. So, is gaming saturated? It is saturated with low-hanging fruit, mediocre content that anybody could make. So what would you do to stand out in gaming? Make something that people can't make because it requires more time, more effort, and a higher level of difficulty than other people. That's how you end up demonstrating high value content. Is I can't get this content anywhere else. Make your channel a destination channel by making something that nobody can get anywhere else if they tried. And you weed people out, because the higher the level of difficulty of doing something, the less competition there is. If I want no level of competition, I try to do something that only 10% or 1% of people have ever done, and I go for that. Do you know where there's no saturation? Breaking records. There's no saturation. There are not nearly as many people trying to compete for a world record as there are people trying to compete on the lowest effort possible. So if you turn the difficulty of making a video down to the lowest effort possible, that's where saturation will exist. And no one wants to watch something that is not difficult to do. However, they will watch a difficult thing made simple. That's why tutorials win. Tutorials win on search because a difficult thing made simple is desirable. But if you're going to watch people for entertainment, very few people have an interest in watching someone or find entertaining something that has a very low degree of difficulty. Now, there's different if you're watching comfort, cozy content, then maybe, yes. But if you're an entertainer, no, it's going to have a higher level of difficulty, or what's the point? So If I was in gaming, every day is challenge day, my friend. Every day is upping the ante. Oh, you've never seen this before. Like I said, and there are sandbox games that make some of this easy. That's why I said theoretically easy. Not easy, but conceptually easy, theoretically easy. Meaning that's why for ChatGPT, my answer is, oh, great. I can I survive fighting 1,000 creepers, me versus 1,000 creepers with only a shovel? Minecraft madness. Minecraft madness. Me and 1,000 creepers with only a bow. Me and 1,000 creepers with only a pickaxe. Minecraft madness. See what I'm saying? Level of difficulty. Challenge accepted. I have to get through 1,000 of these freaks with like just a pickaxe? Okay, done. Let's go. High level of difficulty. So the more difficult something is, the more admirable it is. The more admirable it is, the more worthy and deserving it is of attention. What happens in YouTube gaming and many other things, vlogging, so on and so forth, is people think that they can command attention with the least effort possible. When in life is that ever true? So again, like difficulty and challenge. So Zach says, I do what you're saying about making gaming guides, people loving that, but my take videos are not doing well. So I focus mainly on guides, like you're saying. Great points. Learn from your past videos. Yeah, like a big thing is a lot of people, instead of making what's proven to work, they start trying too soon to make what they wish would work and think, okay, I have enough attention. I got a couple of videos to pop off. Okay, it's time for my personality. And it's like, maybe not so much. Maybe not so much. Maybe slow down there. So again, I think that what a lot of people should consider is what the most interesting thing to watch. I don't make the most interesting videos in the world because I don't have a desire to be an entertainer. I don't have a but I told you, if I was going to be an entertainer, I know the things I would do. I would probably make Star Wars content, and I would just make daily Star Wars content. My favorite channel for Star Wars is Star Wars Theory. I would make and I know the lore of Star Wars deeply, but I would probably, because of me, focus a lot more on the Old Republic. I'd probably focus a lot more on the Old Republic, and I'd probably make a channel. I know exactly how I'd make a Star Wars channel. I would make an entire Star Wars channel dedicated to the dark side. My entire Star Wars channel would mostly be dedicated to the dark side, and my Star Wars takes on the Jedi would be, okay, let's try and give a fair and balanced view of the Jedi, even though we know that they're the real villains. Like, it would be the contrarian take of, I would take the most extreme position that the Jedi are actually an evil death cult that indoctrinates children into being child soldiers, and that the Sith, their only sin is arrogance and being willing to step on others, and they just need to rein it in a little bit, and that their discipline, their commitment, their focus, their drive, and that the lineage of Sith Lords is why, like, a Sith apprentice can kill a Jedi master. I would take the most extreme position. Like, I'd go full Sith Empire, and I would break down the lore and lineage of the Sith Lords before and after Bane. And that would be how I'd make a Star Wars channel that stands out, because I'd be the main Star Wars destination for those who are devotees to the dark side. That is how I would stand out in the market. Is I would not make content that is me being a Luke Skywalker guy, like, hey, Luke Skywalker. Nope. We're going Vader. We're going Palpatine. We're going Bane. We're going Revan, Darth Maul. What's up? Let's go. Like, we'd be going full on the lineage of the Sith Lords, because that would make it a unique enough channel. And that would make it a unique enough value proposition. And that's a lot of people's problem, is they don't make a unique value proposition that makes them a destination channel that says, I cannot get this content anywhere else. So how do I go there? It's like, boom. That is hyper niche, by the way. I've got a whole big wide galaxy. And what am I doing? I'm focusing on the villain. And I'm lionizing the villain. But guess what I know? I know that there are tens of millions of Star Wars fans whose most interesting stuff is the villains. It's Dooku, it's Ventress, it's Savage Opress, it's Maul. I have a perfect video essay. Darth Maul deserved better. Darth Maul deserved better. Boom. perfect sympathetic essay about the rise and fall of Darth Maul and the tragedy of his life. You know, I could do an entire video dedicated to the Night Sisters as a dark side organization. You see what I'm saying? It's that, like, so again, could I do that? Could I be an entertainment YouTube channel with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, millions upon millions of views? If I wanted to make it a priority, I know exactly what content would serve the audience because I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Star Wars. The best thing you could ever do, my friend Brian Fanzo coined this moniker. The best thing you could ever do is think like an actual fan. Think like an actual fan. So guess what? I could make Star Wars content because I'm a real Star Wars fan. I'm a real Star Wars nerd. So, like, I could do that content. Now, a lot of people, their problem is they'll see a big YouTuber that they admire and they'll make admiring that big YouTuber their whole personality. And then they don't have the capacity to make interesting and original content that's not derivative. That's not derivative of just being the bargain basement budget version of their favorite YouTuber. And that is unfortunately big in, I would say, gaming, vlogging, and pranks. Roberto, do you think it's possible to make evergreen content on comedy sketches, like things people search for that's not educational? With comedy sketches, I'd make evergreen content, but search content and evergreen content are separate. You don't need like, just because something is evergreen doesn't mean it has to be search friendly. Just because something is evergreen doesn't mean it has to be search friendly. So what do I mean by that? This is still basically the conversation around timing and trend jacking. I have to like figure out where to lean into the quality content thing, but we'll probably just cover next. We'll cover quality content next. I can speed run quality content because I covered a lot of it already, but we're still talking about trends and topics and things of that nature. Okay, watch this. Here's the answer to a lot of your question. Slice and rice. Slice and rice, you can watch slice and rice videos all the time. All the time. I knew them before they had 100,000 subscribers, right? You can watch slice and rice videos because it's about, first of all, it was about their relationship, then their marriage, then their children and their family as a culturally blended family of Asian and Black. And so that's unique destination content. And it's rewatchable because you don't care if they made a video 3 years ago, you'll still watch it because it's funny and it's cute and it's adorable. And so, yeah, you could watch like their slice of life / comedy sketches about their life and the blending of cultures and the intersectionality of that because it's fun and it's entertaining and stuff like that. By the way, in terms of comedy sketches and everything like that, a lot of the scripted gold digger pranks, it doesn't matter if it was 5 years ago, you could still watch it. It's evergreen, right? So the thing is, you could make things that people will still want to watch if you literally follow the writing formula. You don't need it to be search friendly and everything like that. You can make it about evergreen things by making about evergreen issues. Because again, relationships are most comedy sketches because it's gold and it will always be there. Comedy sketches about being broke is a universal problem that people always experience. So people will always make stuff about that. Comedy sketches about office, like whatever you got going on office. One of the best comedy channels on YouTube. They don't get views like they used to. One of the best comedy, I had the pleasure of meeting some of the creators from this channel. One of the best comedy channels on YouTube has almost 3 million subscribers. It's my favorite one, actually, from OG YouTube days. And it's called The Warp Zone. They don't always get the views they deserve, in my opinion, but it's called The Warp Zone. And they'll make stuff about pop culture, and it's evergreen. It doesn't matter if years and years and years go by. I still want to watch a video from them, like How to Survive in The Walking Dead or Mortal Kombat Lawyer. Mortal Kombat Lawyer, I don't care. 5 years can go by. That'll still be funny. That'll still be funny. Or Freddie Wong. Freddie Wong's stuff is still funny years and years later after like Rocket Jump's not really making content like that anymore. Like that stuff is still funny. We'll still watch it. It's evergreen. It doesn't matter. I love that they need to bring back this series. They had a series like basically where characters would be like in Facebook chats or Tinder. Oh, if horror movies had Tinder. If horror movies had Tinder. That video is 4 years old. It's still funny. You still watch it. If horror movies had Tinder, you'd still watch it. If Marvel had texting, number 4, 1.7 million views, you'll still watch that. It's 4 years old. You'll still watch that. If video games had Tinder, part 2, million views, still funny. 4 years later, doesn't matter. I'll still watch it 4 years later. So it's all about the idea. Most people, I hate to break it to most people, you're about as creative as your ideas are. And a lot of people want to be content creators, but they don't have creative ideas. A lot of people, they might be funny, they might be good if they were the actor, they might be great editors. Some people on YouTube I know have terrible, terrible ideas. They're fantastic editors. That's why their full-time job is working for YouTubers who have good ideas. They're great editors. Some people are really good at performing, but very bad at writing. That's why they're on YouTube channels that are collaborative, where they're the talent and not the writer. I think a lot of people are so desperate to be content creators, especially on YouTube, that they don't qualify with what their skills are. I don't think I'm that great of a comedian. So I don't try to be an entertainer or do comedy. I think that I'm someone who can be very smart, can learn a lot of things at a deep level, understand them. I can make them simple. I can make them relatable. I can even make them a little fun. I actually think I can make learning something new a little fun. I think I'm very good at understanding the viewer and where they're coming from and what they might be struggling with. I think I'm good at empathizing in that way. I think I'm probably really good at public speaking and communicating if my public speaking career and the feedback on that has been any indication, and the fact they keep putting me on stages. I say that in all due modesty and humility. I know what I'm not good at. What I'm really, really not good at is I'm not good at memorizing lines and scripts. I'm very poor at it. And I can't read a teleprompter because I'm freaking like, yeah, no, can't do that. Can't barely drive without these things. So no, forget that. So no, I can't do that. And I'm not really particularly great at executing on things if I don't feel confident in them and I don't feel I truly deeply understand them. Very not good at that. And I also know that I'm not good at collaborative videos for the most part. I'm really not good at those. So, knowing my weaknesses, I avoid putting myself in a situation of having to address those inadequacies in the content that I would make just because it's content that is popular or in this niche or in that niche. I know that I'm not particularly good at those things. I know that I'm not a particularly good gamer. So why would I make gaming content just because it's popular on YouTube or just because I'm passionate about it? I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it, which means that I can't give an audience the best content that they've ever seen. Now, if you are so good at comedy, it might not matter that you're not good at gaming because you could make the video about how bad you are. You can make the video about how bad you are. If I was going to do something, I was like, okay, maybe I am a good writer and I could write a funny character and I could make a character that's absolutely horrible at gaming. And then I could make the entire thing tongue in cheek. And then I could make bad gaming tutorials. And then that would it'd be comedy. Oh, I would do that. But again, in my case, I am not passionate enough about gaming to put all that effort into doing that. But that's a really good idea for somebody else. You know what I'm good at? I'm really good at coming up with ideas for other people who are entertainers. And that's why I coach them. So I lean into my strengths and I mitigate my weaknesses. And what I would tell a lot of you is that you're struggling on YouTube because you're doing what you wish you were good at instead of what you're actually good at. And you're afraid that there's not a big enough audience for the thing you're actually good at because you've somehow contrived that 10,000 subscribers is not enough to satisfy your ego and desire for fame. So you keep chasing the dream and chasing the dragon of fame while pursuing things you're not even that good at, Some cases you're not really that passionate about, but because there's an audience for it, you're chasing the audience instead of attracting an audience for what you are good at and passionate about. And again, enough audience and saying it's in alignment. And it's in alignment, you see. Videos about content creation are not the best niche to milk on YouTube, no matter what all the anti-guru people and all the whiners on Twitter say. It's not the best. The best content, even if you wanted to make money, if you want to make money, the best opportunity on YouTube for making money is e-commerce and drop shipping videos. It has the highest CPM and it's not even close. Those CPMs are like $40 plus CPMs. Like drop shipping and e-commerce has better CPMs than real estate sometimes. Usually, because it's less disrupted as a marketplace. And if you can do it young and become a young drop shipping guy who gets a lot of money and like stuff really young and everything like that, or as a young woman, and you can say, oh, here is this business that I run from my laptop, and you can show off all your travel that you're doing as a young person unencumbered. The best niche that there is on YouTube is to be a 20-something-year-old kid in e-commerce, drop shipping, or Amazon FBA. And it's not even close. It's not even close. It's probably the best niche to be in. If you cared about money and you realize how many ways you can monetize that one, you realize how many ways you can monetize that, it's the best niche to be in. You know, it's the next best niche to be in? Probably personal development. Personal development is probably the next best niche to be in on YouTube. The opportunities for brand deals are boundless. Like, YouTube guru content. It's like, it's not even nearly even close to being the best niche. Do you realize how few people want to be content creators versus how many people want to be? Best niche on YouTube right now is probably dating advice. Best niche on YouTube is probably dating advice. Universally, that never gets old. It's evergreen content. It lasts forever. There's so many angles one could take with it and everything like that. And it's popping right now in the way it's never popped before. It's like if someone comes up with an angle for that one, dating podcast. Oh, dating podcast, you'll be rich. Everybody can make a dating podcast and be rich right now. That's legit the truth. Okay, so it's like there's literally 20 niches instantly as micro sub niches that are so scalable, so popular, so evergreen, and so abundant with opportunities to monetize that it's not even close. There's 20 things infinitely more profitable than giving advice to content creators because there's not so many people that want to be content creators. Everyone wants to date. Everyone wants a partner. Everyone wants a relationship. Okay, boom, you have that. And then in terms of making money online, like selling actual products through drop shipping or something like that is something people would like, oh, that's actual products. Oh, you're just reselling for somebody else? Oh, sign me up. Oh, it's a physical, tangible item. It's not an online course. Oh, I could like, people understand that. People understand selling things and warehouses and such. And they understand generally these concepts of being a reseller. They understand that. They don't understand content creation, video editing, and the level of skill you'd have to do. No, it's like, so it's not even close. The demand, and you can look up the numbers. You can look at the numbers. The drop shipping kids make better numbers than every YouTube coach combined on every upload, on every single upload. So again, it's like, it's a whole thing, right? There are 20 sub niches I could name that are so much more profitable than what I'm doing. That's not even close. Personal development, dating, weight loss. My God, like that one. Like drop shipping, so many other things that are infinitely high paying, profitable niches, and it's not close. I also know what the lowest paying niches in YouTube are. Hint, gaming, unless you're doing sports gaming. I have a whole video coming out about it. Yeah, the only like gaming niche that pays really, really well in terms of CPMs, not views, but CPMs, sports gaming. Sports gaming has above average CPMs. What is your advice for channels that have less than 1,000 subscribers? I have a ton of advice for that. I might make a dedicated live stream to that. I have a video coming out about that again, but my best advice would be to watch all of my 1,000 subscriber videos and to watch the playlist I have for people under 1,000 subscribers. The best advice for people under 1,000 subscribers is to watch the replay of this video, because if you're under 1,000 subscribers, you're starting from nothing. We already established how to set up a schedule if you have a 9-to-5 job to make YouTube videos. Even if you have a 9-to-5 job, you have a family, you have kids, we established the schedule. That's super important. We figured out a strategy for making your first 100 videos. So there's that part. We went over the camera settings, and we also went over topic, title, thumbnail, and timing in explicit detail so you can create value for your viewers. And we also covered how to identify your audience. The only thing we really didn't dive into in this video is how to pick a niche, and I'll tell you how to pick a damn niche. Here's what you're good at, not what you wish you were good at. Here are things you like that you don't hate. You might be passionate about them, but it doesn't matter if it's your number one passion. If you're bad at it, you need to be good at it. Is there a big enough total addressable market? Is there enough people that care about it? And can it make you enough money? And can you prove that there are people who made enough money that would give you a lifestyle that you will accept? That is how you pick a niche. What am I good at? What am I passionate about that I'm also good at? Does anybody make money doing that? How do they? And am I capable of making money doing likewise and using their business model? And is there a big enough addressable market for that to justify what I'm doing, give me an audience, make me money, and to some degree satisfy my ego? And so that is literally the 4 quadrants that every creator needs for deciding what their niche is there a total addressable market of people I'm capable of serving? Am I capable of serving them quality content because I'm genuinely good at the things that they care about? Do I align with and understand that audience because we care about the same things, same values, we're passionate about the same things? And is that rewarded with enough money and a sustainable business model so that I don't suffer? That's how you pick a niche. Without being trapped and handcuffed and turning the niche into a prison, that's how you do it. You need the passion so you don't get bored. You need the skill and talent to actually pull it off. You need to be good at it, because after a while, you're not going to make any money or build an audience if you're not good at something just because you're passionate about it. There needs to be a large enough audience to make it viable, to do it long term, and to keep you consistent and accountable. And there needs to be enough money in it so you don't suffer for your craft. And that's the bottom line. And so that we know, all right, that's how you pick a niche. Other than that, we covered how you set up the schedule so that you can do that. We did that earlier in the stream. The strategy for building out 100 videos around, and how to do your topics, your titles, content buckets, idea generation, all of that. How to understand your audience better. We covered all of that. Like, this video is probably the best video for anyone under 1,000 subscribers. It's long as hell, but it's probably the best video for you. And then you can watch all my other stuff. But like, the other thing is, we talked about the importance of the production quality, and I'll harp on that because we need to segment into that here. The reason you have to care about the video quality, which is why I care about the audio here, and that's why I'm using Joe Rogan level microphone, like, because I care about the audio, because bad audio is unacceptable. People cannot watch with bad audio. I care about the video quality. Even with live stream, I'm putting in more effort than most people do. I got 2 camera angles. They're good. They're crispy. They got depth of field. You got blurry background. You got pretty nice set design. You got sweet set design. You got good lighting here. I got this lighting. I can control my lighting with a click of a button because my physical switch isn't working right now. Boom. Control my lighting with a click of a button. So, like, good lighting, good audio, good visuals. We don't have editing because it's a live stream. So what are we doing? We got the camera angles. We got switching. So we're taking it to that next level. We got StreamYard out here, so we can stream to multiple platforms all at once. So we got that going. So there's, we do care about production value. And production value doesn't get you views. It turns viewers into subscribers. It helps you monetize better to advertisers in terms of your brand deals. So quality matters in terms of production value. Production value is only one type of quality, though. Well, what other type of quality is there? Production value is good when you're under 1,000 subscribers. Look, I think you do a little better than your smartphone if you can. That's why I recommend these Sony cameras. They're affordable enough if you save up for them. But if you're going to use your camera, get a microphone and get decent lighting. And we covered how to do that on a budget. I showed you some gear on Amazon. So we did that. We have dedicated videos on those coming soon. What else can we do? Well, production isn't the only type of quality on YouTube. Storytelling matters, and we talked about storytelling. But storytelling basically comes down to what is like under the umbrella of personality. Storytelling, I put this under the umbrella of personality. So when I talk about quality videos, high quality videos, I'm talking about production quality because you can throw money at that. and you can learn skill and talent and learn camera settings. You can throw money at production value. But then let's talk about performance. Performance is the easy one. Performance is the easy one. Performance is your confidence on camera, your communication and clarity, and your connection emotionally with the audience. That's the thing you can improve for $0 with practice. And that's why I told you practice on your phone, practice on Instagram. Practice on Instagram while you're growing on YouTube. Because if you practice on Instagram and do Instagram stories, you get to practice your communication, talking to a camera and an audience. Okay. You get to practice developing an emotional connection, and Instagram is a perfect platform for that. Okay. And you get to build your confidence. So if you can be confident, communicate well, and connect, that's your performance. And that's what you need. As a performer, you need to level up as a performer. That's how you're going to level up as a performer. Problem solved. How are you going to level up as a producer? You're going to level up a producer. Learn lighting, learn cameras and lenses, learn audio. Garbage in, garbage out. Quality in, quality out. Can't save it all in the edit. You can't save it all in the edit. Now, speaking of the edit, let's talk about personality. Let's talk about everyone's favorite words on YouTube: personality and storytelling. Okay. Personality, I break down to 3 S's: story, structure, style. Story, structure, and style. Okay, so story. This is the meat of what people are talking about on YouTube when they talk about quality. But I think that my explanation is better because, again, I'm talking about 3 distinct things: the objective production quality at a technical level, the performance delivered on camera by the subject. So what's going into the camera matters here. Okay. So what about storytelling, structuring your content, and then the style? So let me explain style, because that one's really simple. Style is about the delivery, visually and aesthetically. So a lot of that comes down to the way content looks and the way content is edited. And YouTubers are often known for their style, largely when it comes to the edit. So that is very important. So the visual look and style of the video matters as far as the edit. The structure is about the pacing and about how the video is set up. Storytelling is the meat of that video in terms of all the dynamic elements that make up the video and make up why the viewer is going to keep watching and how the promise made to them is delivered. That is the story. So there are different ways to approach storytelling on YouTube. One of my favorite storytellers on YouTube is CoffeeZilla, and you can break this down. His production is immaculate in terms of his virtual production and his set pieces, his visual set pieces and all that stuff that he does with his virtual production and green screening. Immaculate. The $10 million studio. Love that. Okay. So there's a visual style there, though, because he hired a 3D rendering artist to make these interactive elements for him. So the style of a CoffeeZilla video is visually distinctive and unique with this neo-noir, detective thing that he's got going on. So that's visually a very specific style. Same thing for his thumbnails. Okay. So the structure of his videos and the structure of the storylines take you down a mystery box. It's a mystery box. He uncovered this $500 million scam. That's the mystery box. Tell me more. And here's the guy behind it. And it goes even further. And so he sets up and establishes the narrative. He establishes the antagonist in the story, the villain. He establishes and positions himself as the person presenting and unraveling this. And frankly, he presents the victims of the scam as the hero. He's not the hero of his story. The person he's advocating for is the hero, which is the victims of the scam. He positions them in alignment with the value of the audience, and he is the narrator, storyteller, investigator. He's presenting all of this, and it's well crafted, it's well done. And that's just one example. And I just wanted to use an example that's not Mr. Beast. I love Mr. Beast, I love Jimmy, but I just wanted to use an example because everyone just goes defaults. Oh, Mr. Beast, Ryan Trahan, Eric. All right, let's use that. Let's use an oldie but goodie. Casey Neistat. Casey Neistat takes you on an adventure, and there's a definitive beginning, middle, and end. His videos, when he was doing more of his personality-driven videos, also had structures in them to where there are segments in the video, like his Q&A segment that had a whole intro sequence to it. And the structure of his videos, you already know what you're getting. You know that you're getting time lapses. You know that you're getting, the beautiful scenery. You know you're going to get that one drone shot. You know what you're getting structurally in a Casey video. Stylistically, there's Casey Neistat entire playlist dedicated to Casey Neistat music. So we already know what the structural elements of a Casey Neistat video are. We know what the visual style is. And again, the story is going to be a 3-act structure of telling a story in the day in the life, a beginning, middle, and end usually. So it's things like that. So this is what ultimately makes high quality content is good production, garbage in, garbage out, quality in, quality out, performance on camera. So that's how confident is the person that is doing this? And are they communicating and portraying confidence and competency? Do they communicate clearly? And do we connect with them emotionally? That's performance. Personality, story, structure, style. So there we go. So the quality of your story itself. Is this interesting? Is this dynamic? Is this enough to pull me in? Does this draw me in? Does this excite me? Does this add curiosity to me? Like, am I curious about this story? Does this story contrarian and pulling me in and like, oh, is this story a conspiracy that I need to unravel? Is it driving I have to know what happens in terms of curiosity? Is it creating conflict with me because it's challenging me in some way? Is it a challenge that I want to see someone overcome? What are the stakes? So again, you want story, you want storytelling, contrarian takes, conspiracy, conflict, challenges overcome, curiosity explored. Most viral videos on YouTube, not that the goal here is ever to go viral, mind you. I don't really talk about that because I'm like, that's like a very specific thing. And there are people who are experts in viral videos. But I've noticed something. Almost all viral videos either make you feel curious, they cause conflict and tension within you, or there's someone else's conflict. They are conspiracy driven. They have a challenge element to them, or they have some kind of contrarian take or controversy associated with them. Okay. So like those are the 5 C's there. And basically almost anything with like 1 to 10 million views in 30 days has one of those 5 elements or more than one in them. That's what I've noticed. So again, there are things that exist outside of that, obviously, but they don't necessarily get the most views. But that's just one example. And it's not the only way to get views, by the way. But most at least will go in terms of more benign content. Most of the stuff that the rest of us are doing that is not spectacle will typically have either conflict, but not necessarily drama, but a conflict, a challenge element, or curiosity, at least. Oh, Andrew, Smosh is a really good example of a channel with sketches from years ago that are helping that channel now, and they're back at it, and the catalog is getting content out. Yep. iMob says, thank you, Roberto. You're a goat. Truly appreciate you. Thank you. How you break this down? Best explanation. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Nailed it. Right. Clover Tack. Had to bail a while back, stuff to film out at the range, just dropped back to pay awesome dues and say thanks for the live. Thank you, Clover Tack. Appreciate you. Great catching you live. Hope everything's going well, man. Thank you, Justin Brown. Justin Brown, Primal Video, friend of the channel, good friend of mine, actually, over 1 million subscribers on tutorial content, mostly driven by search. Was an interesting angle for a history channel. I would do like untold history and stuff like that. I would like, there's things there's things you can look at in terms of like not the typical stories and everything like that. A lot of people are looking for stuff right now about a lot of people are looking for more stuff about Genghis Khan. They're looking for more stuff about Mana Musa. They're looking for more content about different historical figures than we would normally hear about. A lot of people are looking, even with history, I would even look at history's greatest hoaxes. That's another angle no one's even really talked about. History's greatest hoaxes. History's greatest hoaxes. History's like that's a whole playlist. Great. History's greatest hoaxes. Boom. That's one aspect of a history channel. History's greatest villains. Great. Okay. History's greatest villains, history's greatest hoaxes. Okay, I need something lighthearted and not as negative and everything like that. The untold stories of history's greatest heroes. Okay, so again, stories about great people we didn't know, and even a different twist on stuff like that and everything like that. Primary example would be a lot of people don't know, like, oh, another history channel and everything like that. History's humble beginnings. History's humble beginnings. Like there's so many wonderful American companies or companies around the world started by people who are homeless, high school dropouts that changed history. Boom. That's a different angle. Nobody's covering it. Another one, history's greatest battles. History's greatest battles. There's a wonderful book out there that you can get if you love military history. It's called 100 Decisive Battles. I highly recommend it if you're a history buff. See, here's another thing. People don't realize the range of things I could talk about because I've literally read thousands of books. I'm not even joking when I say thousands of books. That's not even an exaggeration at this point. My entire reading card catalog might be around 3,000 books by now. Keep in mind, I'm 39 and I've been reading real books since I was a child. I'm basically Bastian Balthazar Bucks from the Neverending Story. Shout out to the old heads once again who understand the references here. So yeah, History Channel. Yeah, I've got you covered. I have an entire content strategy for that, you know. And this is why, like, by the way, I would encourage some of you consider looking in the links in the description down below. Consider working with me one-on-one in coaching, or consider joining Awesome Creator Academy. Like, I genuinely believe that me and my team can help you with different parts of YouTube, whether it's content strategy or monetization or improving your overall topics and idea generation workflow or your general workflow for productivity, let alone the damn monetization side. I know we can help on that. So again, it's something that I would definitely encourage you to at least look into and see if there's something we can help you with and if that's something you'd value. What lights am I using? Well, for the streaming, I'm using 2 Elgato key lights mounted to the desk, and then that's why I can control them with the software easily, either from my phone or desktop when I am filming my main channel videos. If you look behind me, I have a TV monitor hooked up to my camera, but I also have the Aperture. Which one is this? This is the 300X. I have the 300X, and I think I have the 600D. So I mostly use the 300X. I have the 300D. Those are on stands with wheels, and I have the cameras mounted to them. So cameras are mounted to the desk. Cameras are mounted to the stands. My interview setup are the cameras that are not mounted. They sit in the bag. StreamYard, sponsors and friends of the channel. The greatest tool in live streaming, keeping it simple. Let me stream to Facebook, LinkedIn Live, YouTube, Twitch for now, and Twitter, and soon Kick. So thank you to our friends at StreamYard. Shout out to them. Links in the description. Love you, StreamYard. Yeah, StreamYard is fabulous, and I love them. And it's good to see them. Good to see you here too, Doug Hewson. Thank you. We got a new channel member. Appreciate you. Kansas Creative Sports Alliance. Yeah, definitely remember that your first 100 videos tend to suck, but your goal is not to grow because you made 100 videos. It's to improve your craft because you made 100 videos. It's to give you data to work with to say, oh, out of this 100 videos, maybe 5 or 10 of them did really good. Why don't I duplicate that success? And so that is powerful. So again, understand that you will initially suck, and it's okay to initially suck. Yep, definitely watch this and take notes. Speaking of notes, where I'm at. So I managed to cover quality. So I talked about production quality, personality and storytelling, performance and pacing. I think we did get through quite a bit of that. I think we did get through quite a bit of that in terms of why it matters, what that looks like. So I guess we can move on to monetization if everyone's okay with that. And then we'll do a little bit of Q&A. Monetization probably won't take me too long to cover, and then we'll move on to a little bit of Q&A, and then we'll wrap it up, and I'll be done because my voice is gone anyway. So, so let's see here. Monetization. Let's start with the idea of making your first $1,000 a month. Let's look at how you can maybe make $1,000 a month on YouTube. So, as you know, that I make a significant amount of money on YouTube. As a content creator, let's see, through affiliate marketing, through SaaS affiliate links, it's probably about $6,000 a month from that. You saw the ad revenue in YouTube, like, $3,000-$4,000 a month when I don't upload, mind you. Still getting views on replay value alone, especially on the live streams. Some of the live streams get 100,000 views in the replays. Thank you for that, by the way. So that's working out great. So with that in mind, you already know that just between 2 of the income streams I make on YouTube, that's like 10,000. What you don't know is that Awesome Creator Academy does very well for me. We do $100,000 a year in Awesome Creator Academy of revenue right now. We don't even sell courses yet. We're going to. We don't even sell courses yet. So that does very well. And then there are other aspects of it, brand deals, sponsorship, so on and so forth. So the channel does extremely well. This is a 6-figure entity. It has been for 7 years, I think. So while that's great, it doesn't start that way. It starts with making $1,000 on YouTube. Now, in my case, the way that I made my first $1,000 on YouTube, because I made no money on AdSense for 3 years, and I was in a multi-channel network deal where I lost 50% of my ad revenue. Anything I made over $300, 50% went to this company. Total scam, small YouTuber. They prey on small YouTubers, a lot of these multi-channel networks called MCNs, multi-channel networks, and they get you into bad deals. And they promise you the world. They promise to help you with brand deals. They promise you that all the big creators they represent will want to collab with you. They sell you all this stuff. And I think I was at like 12 or 14,000 subscribers way back in the day, like almost 10 years ago. And so they got me too. So this is like in 2014 or something like that, right? 14,000 subscribers after doing YouTube a little over a year consistently. So they were very predatory toward small YouTubers back in the day. Big YouTubers didn't warn us about this. A lot of them worked for the MCNs, and we had no idea. Now, never sign an MCN deal. If you can avoid it, there's a reason that international creators sometimes might have to, because YouTube AdSense doesn't exist in their country. So if YouTube AdSense doesn't exist in your country, you're stuck and you end up in a multi-channel network deal. If you're in America or the West, don't ever do it. Right. So with that out of the way, well, how did I make my money if it wasn't AdSense? Well, I was a full-time freelancer, but we can take that out of the equation because maybe you don't care about that because you're trying to do the content thing. But for me, being a full-time freelancer gave me time freedom that I wouldn't have had a 9-to-5 job, which made making content easier. I tell a lot of people, if you can freelance first, then you could use that to be able to make the money you need to live, quit, and then you can make content on top of freelancing because you control the schedule. Controlling the schedule is what gave me an unfair advantage at the time. Okay. So I was able to control the schedule. So that was a big deal for me. How did I make my money as a content creator, though? Besides getting more freelancing gigs, Amazon affiliate program, the Amazon affiliate and influencer program, because as someone doing tech and covering camera gear, I will tell you that camera gear is one of the most and best, aside from laptop reviews, camera gear and laptops. Cameras and laptops were literally my answer. Cameras and laptops. So with camera gear and laptops, I'm going to give you an inkling of what the commissions look like. What do the commissions look like in Amazon, even with the lower rates now? Well, when I sell the professional Sony camera gear, not even the entry-level cameras, which still the entry-level cameras make you a pretty penny. When I sell the professional stuff, we're talking $80 and $90 commissions on the professional camera lenses if I get one buyer. One buyer. Now, I want you to think about this. If you make camera reviews, let's say you don't get a ton of views on the video. Let's say you get 10,000 views on a camera review video and everybody's laughing at you because you worked so hard on this and you only got 10,000 views. Only got 10,000 views, which most creators don't get. Get 10,000 views. Well, out of 10,000 views, if you got 10 people to buy professional camera or professional lens, you will have made $1,000 from 10 people, while some YouTuber, you would have made $1,000. Whereas some YouTuber who went viral in gaming, and this is not me dunking on you gamers, I love you, but you know the truth. You can get 1 million views as a gamer and not make $1,000. You can get 1 million views as a gamer and not make $1,000. And someone in the camera niche get 10,000 views, have affiliate sales, 10, 20, 30 affiliate sales, they make $1,000. 30 affiliate sales, if they get $30 to $50 commissions, $35 to $50 commissions, they made $1,000. They made $1,000 because 30 people out of 10,000 bought. And that's if they buy the lens that you're covering in the review. That's not counting all the other things in their Amazon shopping cart that you get paid for. That's not counting all the other people that, if you're a camera review channel, might have bought your $5 or $10 Let's Pack. That's not counting all the camera people that bought some other cheap camera accessory with your Amazon affiliate link, bought a new memory card that's a little faster, bought a new lens cloth, whatever, and then loaded something else up in their cart on one video. That's how lucrative tech, consumer electronics, professional camera gear is. You got to know your niche. So you want to make your first $1,000 on YouTube, you have to know how you're going to do it. How much would it take in AdSense for you to make $1,000? If you're me, 100,000 views. If you're a gamer, it's 1 million views to $1,000. So, okay, that sucks. Well, in Amazon affiliate, what categories pay what? Camera gear? Oh, I know I can do that. I don't even need 100 sales. Okay, cool. What if you were selling merchandise? If you're selling merchandise, t-shirts, hats, hoodies, $5 to $8, depending on your markup volume. Well, how much do you need to sell to make $1,000? Oh, cool. You need to sell 200 units a month of doing that to make your first $1,000 if that's the profit margin. If you sell a digital product, it's $99. You only need 10 sales to $1,000. If you sell a digital product and it's $10, you need 100 sales. Okay, but you keep all of it. That's great. So there's all these ways. If you manage to qualify for the fan funding in YouTube, well, YouTube takes 30% of super chats. How many $5 super chats do you need to make $1,000? Well, it's not 200 because YouTube takes 30%. So it's probably about 240. $245 super chats before you make your $1,000 through fan funding. Okay, so you know how many that is now. Now you know. Okay, so that's the fan funding. How many paying channel members before I can make $1,000 a month? Oh, it's about 240 at the $5 tier, because then it's about $350 a piece. So you can end up kind of doing the math there. So it's about 260, I think, about 260 that you'd need to do. About 260, something like that. So yeah, if I do $3.50, I bet you it's close to like 260 or something. 260 times $3.50. Okay, so closer to like 270. It's closer to 270. So like, yeah, about 270. So okay, now you know the math. Great. So you know that. Well, what would I need to do to build a relationship with a sponsor and get a sponsor to pay $1,000 for a video, how many deliverables, or even not just a video, how many deliverables to get $1,000 from a sponsor at whatever level I'm at? What do I do for them? Maybe I have to make a video on their channel, and that's the best way to approach it because they can own that and it's part of their IP. So maybe that's the deal that I negotiate. Maybe I make a video for another for a sponsor and it's on their channel, their social media. I make stuff for their Instagram and their YouTube, and maybe that's a way to make $1,000 a month and put that on a schedule. Recurring revenue. Okay, great. So that, sponsorships, we know what it would take there. Memberships, super chats, AdSense, digital product, merchandise. Oh, well, even if you do want to go the services route and you're a freelancer, okay, what are you charging and how many clients do you need to make $1,000? If you're a fitness coach, how many clients do you need to make $1,000? If you're a language instructor and you're doing coaching, teaching people English as a second language, how many clients do you need to come in from your YouTube tutorials to do a workshop with you to make that $1,000? So you have to figure out, what is my business model and what does it take within that business model to make my first $1,000? Okay. Now, let's go on to diversifying revenue streams, diversifying your income as a content creator. Because you could say, well, it might be easier to say, okay, what if I diversify and have multiple income streams? Then it's easier to make 1,000, 2,000. Yeah, if you can make $1,000 in one income stream, then it might be okay to go and try to make a second or third income stream. I recommend that you only try to really do 2 income streams at a time. But hear me out. But you only do 1 or 2 that you sprint at to see how far you can go in a 90-day period. And if you're not hitting a reasonable goal of hundreds or $1,000 in 90 days, focusing exclusively on income stream to get to $1,000, maybe you look at, okay, how far did I get? Will another 90 days get me to $1,000 on this income stream, or can it with what I've learned? Or do I want to try the other one that might be easier? So again, in 12 months, I would only try at most 1, 2, maybe 3 at most in 12 months, but I would try things in 90-day sprints. And me personally, I only add 1 or 2 income streams a year that I haven't already done versus doubling down on what I already have. But the goal is to see how many income streams I can get to $1,000 a month or more. Now I'm trying to see how many I can get to 5,000 or more. And then there's some that it's like we've hit 10,000 on them, we'll leave them alone. But for me, primary example, if I was going to do a 90-day content sprint where I'm uploading more content, the goal might be, okay, let's try and see if we can take AdSense to between 5,000 to 10,000 a month if we focus for 90 days. If we focus for 90 days, can we get AdSense to 5,000? Okay, we got to 5,000 in 90 days. How much did we like that? Was that sustainable? Is it easier to grow the affiliate marketing side? Okay, maybe I'll move over to pick another affiliate marketing program that's not at $5,000. Let's get it up to 5,000. Go. Can we get Kajabi to 5,000? Oh, could we get TubeBuddy to 10? What would we do there? Okay, boom. So something like that. Oh, can we get Epidemic Sound up to $1,000 a month on affiliate? Okay, so we'd look at something like that. So in terms of diversifying, this is the most practical strategy I find, is to take these 12-week sprints and see what can I achieve in 12 weeks. Okay, great. Now, if I scale that, where will I be if I like the results from 12 weeks? What will it be like if I keep going on this for 12 months? And do I want to do that? Or do I want to try something else for 12 weeks and see if that's the thing I commit to for 12 months? So I want to try something for 12 weeks, see the results, say, am I fine with the linear progression of these results over 12 months? If not, maybe I try something else. So that's actually one of the most practical things I could give you in terms of the diversification side, because you now know what diversification looks like. You just don't necessarily know. You never had a way to like apply it, or when to do it, when not to do it, sort of. And so I hope that I've at least, kind of provided you that. So hopefully at least that's helpful on the diversification side. let's talk about how to sell your own products. I'll use myself as an example here. So how to sell your own products. There's a lot you can do there. You could go the route of making a simple physical product that might be a book. So I have my book, Create Something Awesome, How Creators Are Profiting from Their Passion in the Creator Economy. So my book is out there. This does very well for me. I make about maybe $6-7 a sale on Amazon, whether that's the Kindle ebook, the print book, or the hardcover. I haven't done the audiobook just yet. And so I make good money from that from Amazon. However, the best thing I have done that makes sense from a product standpoint, because I've done it all. I've done merchandise. You guys have seen print on demand stuff, what have you. The best thing I've done is I came up with Awesome Creator Academy. Now, I have digital products, and I started with coaching and group coaching. So people can work with me one-on-one. That, that has a cost to it. It's not cheap. And again, there's prices on the website, so you can see that for yourself. But people do one-on-one coaching with me. But the Academy membership, which is at this price right now for the month, it's probably one of the smartest things I've ever done. The next smartest thing is I've changed it to where it's all access. So people can buy individual products. They can buy the YouTube starter kit or the brand deal starter kit for $99. We also have the creator prompts, and we also have the creator starter pack, and those are $9 products for people to give me a chance. We've sold hundreds of those. We've sold 1,600 of the YouTube starter kit. I think we've sold 200, 300 of the brand deal starter kit. Can't remember. We do the workshops quarterly as a live training for the brand deals workshop. So that's a quarterly training. We do that in Zoom, and I've coached hundreds of creators. The membership is probably one of the smartest things I've done because it's recurring monthly revenue. It gives me a community. It's a really great way between that and one-on-one coaching to get a lot of information and data about different types of channels, different types of creator struggles. And so I learn a lot by doing. And again, in this case, recurring monthly revenue. The new thing we did was if you join the Awesome Creator Academy membership, we figured out that the best thing we could do is offer people all the products as long as they remain members, so that if you could buy the product standalone. We did the opposite of Adobe. We said, okay, we're not going to take away the ability to own a product just because we have a subscription model. So we went to the subscription model of Adobe without taking anything away. So like that was a best of both worlds situation. And so that is what we figured out. And I think that was smart, because now if you buy a product, you get to keep it no matter what. But if you're a subscriber to the pro group, you get access to every product we make and every product we will ever make. This is a lesson for you guys about subscription models and memberships, because that alone would do very well without us committing time. But we do commit time to the pro group. And so we do 2 live office hours calls a week. By the way, you can join Awesome Creator Academy, link in the description below. But we do 2 live office hours a week answering questions and anything people want to review. We look over people's media kits. We deal with brand deals questions a lot. We also deal with things like thumbnail reviews, etc. But people get access to the resources. They get access to hundreds of resources through this and 100 hours of exclusive training, because we did a ton of webinars. And we keep them in the Academy archive for people to train. So the Academy library has all of our webinars. And they also have all of our PDF frameworks and everything else, all the AI prompts, everything. So we decided, you know what, all access, boom. So that's working out really well for us. But why digital products and why online subscription programs? Margins and cost. See, if you do merchandise and you sell a physical merchandise product, and let's say you sell like a hoodie for $20, you can only make $5 to $8 off of that. And so that's also a one-time consumable item. How many hoodies can people buy from you? Now, if you don't build a collectible element to them, it's not the highest quality thing in the world, okay. But then when you get into the like $40, $50 hoodies, they got to be really high quality. But then what's the margin on them? $8, $12. If you do a $99 digital product or a course, even if it's a $500 course or something like that, the margin and the cash flow on that is excellent because all you're doing is paying payment processing fees. And this is part of why I use Kajabi, because they get no percentage of my sales. They just get my monthly fees, and then PayPal and Stripe get my processing fees. That's it. So that means that I probably keep 98 to 97% of everything. Now let's use YouTube as an example. When you guys super chat, if you gave me $10, I get 7, YouTube keeps 3. So that's 30%. That's a rather large cut. Ad revenue. Ad revenue 55, 45. What sounds better to you? Right. Print on demand products. You probably make 20% margin, profit margin on that. Maybe out of the wholesale. If you sell something for $50, you make 10 on print on demand. Maybe. If your markup is extraordinary, okay, it's still only like 35% margin after shipping and cost. So then that's not necessarily great. It's great for people to have a physical item, by the way, though. When I sell through Amazon, right, Amazon, I make $6. But when I print through Amazon and have them ship it to me with the shipping, if I buy enough books, each book for printing and shipping might only cost me $4. They sell for $15. I make $10 instead of $6 if I sell them myself. So you see that margins matter in terms of profitability, and so do cost. Now, with memberships and subscription models, the main thing with that is you have to create enough value, and you have to decide on whether this is active, passive, or hybrid. The Academy Pro membership is hybrid. We show up and we commit to our members, and we do the 2 office hours calls a week. Now, the issue with that is you can't call it 100% passive. In my case, it could be, because people could start showing up for my team instead of me. If I bring on more people, then it becomes passive because it becomes the leverage of my team versus my personal time. But you could argue that it is somewhat passive, because the thing is, if people don't want to come to the live office hours, they'll stay subscribed for access to the resources in all access, because they'll want to keep the YouTube starter kit and the 100 Photoshop files plus in this YouTube starter kit, the title formulas, all the things we have in the starter kit. We have like literally hundreds of assets. They'll want to keep the brand deal starter kit because of the media kits. So we have media kits people can customize in Photoshop. They'll want to keep the email swipe file templates. They'll want all the things we have in the brand deal starter kit. They'll want to keep that. They'll want to keep the AI prompts and whether we update that. They'll want to keep the things in the creator starter pack. So, and then there's more products coming. And then when we have the courses, it's game over, because yes, we'll make $500 courses. We'll also make $100 and $200 courses. But Academy members who are paying their monthly fees, right now it's $59 a month, will keep access to all of those things without having to purchase them standalone. Figure out a subscription model or a membership model of some kind. Because like I said, it can put you in the position to where the maintenance of, oh, it's not passive income. You have to show up twice a week for office hours in exchange for monthly recurring revenue. And even if I didn't show up and only my team members show up, I would still make that money, and people would not be disappointed because they're getting the value and they have their community in the private Facebook group and they have access to all of our digital products. Yeah, it's not 100% passive. Is 80% passive not good enough? Is 90% passive not good enough? So again, how passive do you need things to be? My YouTube channel isn't passive, but what if I hire an editor? And then what if we get to where I'm only filming content? And so then the editor is doing it and I'm filming content and I'm doing the thumbnails and the posting. Well, majority of the money will come from old inventory instead of new inventory. How passive do I need my YouTube ad revenue to be? Remember, I only uploaded twice in the last 30 days and still made $3,600 on ad revenue, with 90% of that being from previous videos. How passive do I need it to be? If it's not 100% passive, like Is that just, oh, it's not passive income because it's not 100%. You have to do some work. How passive do I need it to be? How low maintenance do I need it to be? So again, it's about systems. And that's what I've been teaching you throughout this entire training. Processes, systems, strategy. Okay, I teach you the processes because scheduling these things out, scheduling and building out your processes, it matters. Having the systems, having the tools, having things that are scalable in place, it matters. And then having a strategy so that you're doing the most effective thing most of the time is important. So again, this is why I do it. And we train on this in detail in Awesome Creator Academy constantly. And the best part is people who do show up to the office hours get dedicated time, not only for myself and not only for my team, but the panel of the other creators in the academy. Ultimately, the other creators in the academy contribute to the feedback and the criticism and the critique. And that's the thing that's really priceless in my opinion. But the resources also streamline the process of executing on content. The templates, the systems, the AI prompts, the media kit. It saves creators tens of hours of time that become hundreds of hours over the course of a year that get to be put back into quality content. And I research ideas by taking stuff you're bad at off your plate. And then even if there's things you're good at but need refinement, you can get feedback from other people. That's the key here. And in my system, that's what I built. So what would you build for your own products? You have to figure this out. I told someone who mostly does mobile gaming that they won't make any not significant money on t-shirts. You know what I told them? I told them because they're a mobile gamer to design phone skins and phone cases and stickers, because if you're a mobile gamer, your audience is obsessed with their phone. Help them customize their phone. Yes, I can handle monetizing and helping people in the gaming niche. I know how to actually make money in this niche. I've worked with creators who have and who do make good money. There's so many ways to make money in gaming, but everyone's obsessed with AdSense because they don't want to take the time to build out a business model and to sell things a lot of time. And yes, you can't always in the gaming niche sell the way I sell because you can't do necessarily courses, products, or digital downloads. But here's the thing. Can you work with companies in the games that you play, multiple games? If you play multiple games, a variety gamer, fantastic. What companies do gaming codes? What companies do any rev share on skins? How do you take advantage of that? Can you build a gamer's paradise playlist where you say, hey, gamers, I'm going to teach you how to build the ultimate gaming desk, gaming setup, or the ultimate man cave. And then you links to everything in the description down below. And you do a multi-part series. And even if it doesn't get a crap ton of views, it makes you a crap ton of money evergreen. And you do it every single year. You do the gamer's paradise city series or the man cave series or whatever. And then all of a sudden, you're getting this Amazon affiliate commission on high-end electronics and on really comfortable gaming chairs and stuff like that, and LED lights. You're making all this money like a tech YouTuber would in the gaming niche because you're helping people customize their man cave, their gaming setup, their gaming desk. You're selling gaming laptops, and you make a small segment of the 100 videos you're making. You set aside 6 of them and say, screw the views, pay me. Like, screw it, pay me on 6 videos. Even if they don't get massive views, they make more money than your $2 RPM videos. Think about it. It's largely a discussion between practicality and vanity for a lot of people that they can't negotiate in their niche. That's what it is. So Stavo says, is it okay? Could you share how many active users do you have on subscription? Also, how do you deal with churn rate? The active users fluctuates right now because it will change. I'm not going to state that on screen, but we do all right. We do very well. It fluctuates. But what I will say is we have about average industry churn rate, and the average industry churn rate for most people is somewhere between 5 and 7%. We don't feel that that's bad. We have a reactivation strategy though. So we started this very recently, and my reactivation strategy, we shout out to Kamari, Financial Rebel. He's been in Awesome Creator Academy for years. He's an OG. He's getting even more value now that we're all access. So the way that we deal with churn rate is actually a new strategy that I've implemented to deal with churn rate. I'm going to make a video about memberships. I'm going to try and get more of you to build memberships, especially with Kajabi, affiliate of mine. I'm also going to be on their website soon. I also am on their podcast. The thing with building your own membership site and dealing with the churn rate. And what I will tell you about Awesome Creator Academy is we do have less than 100 members, but we're doing all right. We have less than 100 members currently, but we're doing all right. So I will tell you, we have more than 50 and less than 100. That's what I'll say. But churn rate, churn rate average 5 to 7% when we're doing well. We think that because we did all access now, we think all access is actually going to eliminate or have our churn rate. So our decision to go all access and say, hey, Academy member, we're just going to give you all the products. We're just going to give you all the products. Boom. There you go. And so all of a sudden, there's more incentive to stay because we increase the value. We're also now incentivized ourselves with all access to update all of our existing products rather than make replacements. So now instead of making a new YouTube Starter Kit 2.0 and trying to sell that to people who bought the first one, no, we're going to upgrade the YouTube Starter Kit even for people who bought it standalone. We're going to announce the update. We're going to add even more templates to it. So it's going to be, instead of 100 Photoshop files, it's going to be even more. And we're going to up that ante. And then in announcing, here's all the free added value you got on this product you bought. But hey, why don't you join Awesome Creator Academy All Access? So now the 1,600 people who have the YouTube Starter Kit and are already happy, we're going to give them more templates for free that they already paid for. We've done this before, by the way. But we're going to give them even more and not have them upgrade and buy a 2.0. We're just going to give them 2.0. We're going to use that as a marketing strategy to onboard them and say, you're missing out by not just being an Academy All Access member. You can keep the YouTube Starter Kit no matter what. You paid for it. But wouldn't you want to be an All Access member and just get all the value you're creating? Because we're updating all of our products. And so we update our products every year, and we're updating them. And if you're an Academy member, you get access to everything. So join now and just pay a monthly fee and get access to everything. If you don't like it, you can leave, and then you still keep the products you did purchase because you still have access to those, but you got to try out the other stuff and you got to be part of the office hours. So we figured out a churn strategy with all access to eliminate that. We also figured out how to turn it into a recruitment strategy by updating products for our existing customers for solo products where they already are getting value, and then say, you can literally, no FOMO, you can get everything and stop missing out. You can stop missing out and you can get everything. And if you don't like it, you still keep what you already bought. So boom, that's going to help us not only eliminate churn, it's also going to help us increase new membership on the subscription model. That's why I feel it was a smart strategy to go the opposite route of Adobe. And by the opposite, I mean, it's not that we don't offer a subscription. It's not that we don't offer standalone products. We literally incentivize you to do what adventure suits you. So we don't take anything away from people, but we also give them an option to hold something and own it indefinitely. And we're not going to make them pay for upgrades. We're not going to make them pay for upgrades. We're going to charge for access to everything, but we're not going to make them pay for upgrades. They'll benefit from the upgrades whether they're a subscriber or not. If they're standalone, they benefit. We are incentivized to do that because the people who are subscribers are worth it for us to lower our churn rate and our retention. So the thing is, the paying members in the pro group, the Awesome Creator Academy membership, the pro group, they are subsidizing the upgrades of everyone else, because they make it valuable enough for us to keep them happy that we're willing to make everyone happy. Now, again, I don't think that strategy works for just about everybody, but that was our answer to it. That was what we came up with, or rather what I came up with. So that's the model. Now, what I'd love to see is there's 200 of you watching live right now. I would love to see 20 of you within the next few months join Awesome Creator Academy and see what we're about. And again, if it doesn't work out, you just paid for 1 month and you got access to things and maybe they helped you, or you got access to us and maybe we helped you. And I think that would be worthwhile, because at that point you're committing $2 a day in value. You're like, do you trust me that you'll get $2 a day in value? That's 1 month. If it doesn't work out, you just, don't continue. There's no hard feelings. And we actually give one of our products when people decide to end their membership. Now, what we decide is the other way we're eliminating churn is the parting gift. The parting gift doesn't kill the churn, but it does mean that we retain them in the ecosystem because they get a gifted product that they still have to sign into the account for to be able to access the gifted product and its resources. And it's a product that will be updated, which means they will be still having a wonderful feeling about being a customer. They're still coming back to log in to get access to their resources. And eventually we might be able to win them back. So we have a way to get people to renew. So we've built that in. This is not something that we've had all along. This is a more recent development in terms of how we approach this particular issue because of the business. And this is why, again, I think a creator-owned business where you own everything, you're not splitting 45% with YouTube on ad revenue, 30% on the fan funding, which is still generous by most margins. Or if it's Twitch, God forbid it's Twitch, it's 50%. What if you just keep everything and the only thing you pay is a 2% payment processor fee? And then with Kajabi, if we make $100,000 a year, we only spend $1,500 in hosting. So our margin is fantastic on that. So it's literally like what, 98%, 97% profit, something like that if we do the math. So that was what my answer was what about building a creator business where you keep over 90% of all of your money? What about building a creator business that functions that way? And then, you know, that was the practical answer. So for a lot of you, the you know, real deal here, I don't know that all of you can build a membership or a subscription model service. Some of you can. Some of your niches will accommodate that. If it's something you're interested in, it is something we talk about in the academy and we can help. And the best part is if you use Kajabi with my affiliate link, I have mastered that backend system. So has my co-instructor, Andrew Rivera. She's great. So the thing is, you have two people who are Kajabi, you know, product experts who actually know the system, can navigate it. And both of us are graphic designers. So that's really helpful for the branding and marketing side. Both of us have a background in not only social media marketing, but graphic design and branding on top of knowing the technical system of Kajabi. Andy's not a coder, but I am. So I even know that back end. So it's pretty good. Jay-Z Helps says, how many consults do you do a week? Oh, it depends. Some months are more busier than others. And right now I also have a premium coaching client. One of my favorite clients, I'm working with right now, a channel we helped grow to 1 million subscribers, Dr. Mike Diamonds. He's amazing. So I end up working with him almost every week or every other week now. And he's been great. I've really enjoyed all of our conversations. The channel is growing. We figured a lot of things out. There's still work to be done. Some videos are still hit or miss, but we've done some tremendous work. So I like dealing with clients like him, one-on-one coaching calls. I do end up doing probably a minimum on average of those, probably 1 to 2 a week. It just depends because a lot of people also change up their availability or their schedule on me. So then they have to get another slot in my calendar. So it just depends. But on average, it's about 1 to 2 a week, personal one-on-one coaching calls. A lot of times I don't necessarily want to do more than that as far as that goes. There's some work I do on the side with AMG. So I end up doing consulting calls with them sometimes. And then there are consulting calls that are not part of the academy, but I'm on the advisory board for a couple of companies. So then it's whatever consulting calls I have to do as an advisor. A lot of those are $0. Some are a small stipend for the advisors. They give us like $1,000 or something a month, not a call. But yeah, so Estava, I wouldn't say I'm guilting them to stay. I would say I'm incentivizing them. There's a big difference between guilt and incentive because I think the value is too good. That's the thing. You want to be too good to leave. You want to be too good to leave. So that's the thing. It's not about guilt. It's about if I leave, here's what I lose access to. And if it's too much quality and there's a lot of those things, it's like the quality or the value and the access and the community that I lose versus the $2 a day. Most people are not getting enough value every month out of other things that equal $2 a day or $60 a month that help them grow their business, help them with their content, give them community, give them sensibility and access to actual help and actual answers. Most people aren't getting that from things. They're not getting enough value for $60 a month from other things. So our retention strategy is very simple. Be too good to leave. Offer too much value to give up. There's nothing in exchange for $60 that most people will get that they would say the $60 is spent better somewhere else. At least that's our current thought process. Like our current thought process is 2 office hours a week. That's 8 sessions in a month. 8 sessions in a month. Okay. So 8 times I get access if I want or need to real questions about a singular product that I would have, a singular problem that I would have, even if they only showed up once a week at $60. 60 divided by 4, you're talking $15 in value per session. We can more than give people $15 in value per session. But here's the thing, we don't have to. It'd be $7.50 because there's 8 sessions a month because it's twice a week office hours. So the office hours is disproportionately valuable compared to keeping the $60 for most people, compared to the other things they will slowly microtransaction that go up to $60. Oh, they'll like this better. And that's on top of all the digital download access, the courses when they come, and all the new products and all the other things, the AI prompts, all of it, digital downloads. And they can't go, haha, I got what I want, like, because we update new stuff regularly, which means you will miss out. When you leave, the next month will be better than the previous month. So that's like really rough. So in all of your business model, you need to account for, how do I have a retention strategy, an acquisition strategy, a renewal strategy, and a referral strategy? Most people do not teach this for free. Like I literally gave you something that if you try to go to a business coach, they would literally tell you this stuff for like hundreds of dollars, just telling you that. Just telling you that. You either have to buy a high-level book and find the right one, and before it even occurs to you that, oh my God, I not only need an acquisition strategy for customers, I need a retention strategy, I need a renewal strategy slash reactivation strategy. Oh, and I need a referral strategy. Like just doing that would make you so much money that it's unbelievable if you actually thought that out. And most people won't, because where will they stop? They will stop at selling a book, selling a hat, selling a hoodie, selling a sticker pack. It will not occur to them. It will not even occur to them, even if they build physical products, to build a physical product ecosystem that would let them go to a physical event with all of their fans and be able to say, or work with a sponsor at a sponsor event. I'll give you a non-digital product strategy. Let me give you a non-digital product strategy. I will give you a physical product strategy. So do you know what my physical product strategy is? My physical product strategy is to develop my product ecosystem to where if I get a sponsor to cover it and do an event, that we will be able to make swag bags where I literally fill a swag bag with my own products. Imagine a swag bag where you're going to get my book, maybe even signed, a signed copy of my book. You get a creator hat, you get a creator shirt, a creator hoodie, a sticker pack, where the stickers can be put on physical items that come from our other sponsors. We could have other sponsors, and then we can slap our sticker and you can customize the physical products that our sponsors, our other sponsors. Let's say it's Elgato and they give you a small light, or let's say it's Elgato or something like that. We can use the sticker pack to customize that. Okay, so that's cool. Like we could work with somebody on a phone case design or a phone case cover or a phone case wrap, and you could have that. We could have a pop socket and we have a sticker that goes on the pop socket and brand it that way. That would be really dope. And so you could have all these things. We could even have a motivational poster that we roll up and put into the bag there. And you can literally have an entire swag bag that is literally all of our products. And it's not even about our logo. It's not our logo. It's slogans and motivational stuff and creator icons and things that you would actually feel are dope to wear. We don't put a logo on the hat. We put creator and we say, make things you believe in for a living. That's about you, the creator, instead of us. So like, that's the thing. There's an entire product marketing, branding philosophy that should be absolutely about being obsessed with your audience and what would be interesting, valuable to them, and what would allow them to advocate for you from a place of being a true fan. And how can you reward true fans? And see, that would be the entire premise of the physical product strategy, is having a large enough product ecosystem that allows you to literally make your own goodie bags. And nobody's thinking like this. Nobody's thinking like this. Can you go to your 10 favorite creators and get enough things from them that are not duplicates, by the way, and make a really cool swag bag that the community would love out of that creator's stuff that's not about their logo, that's about the community, that's about the culture? Can you do that? See, that would be the point. Thank you to everybody, by the way, who bought the book. I believe we have a link in the description, but you can find it on Amazon as well. I have an entire video on how to make your 4,000 hours of watch time, and I give you an exact method for doing it. And it's actually one of my more popular videos. Yeah, I'm currently working with Mike. I love Mike. He's a really good guy. Be too good to leave. That is a great way to frame it. Yep. Yes, this will be on YouTube still after, and you can watch the replay. Thank you for the compliments on the book. Lois, I still need more reviews on the book in Amazon. We have over 100 ratings. I think we have almost 100 5-star ratings. So thank you for everybody on the book ratings. But we still need 100 reviews written for the book from people who've bought it. So I would love anyone who has read my book that is watching this live stream. If you've read the book, Create Something Awesome, and you enjoyed it this week, I absolutely need you. Even at the end of this stream, I need you, need you to go on Amazon. We need 100 positive reviews for this book. That is a big goal of mine before the end of this year. So I need everyone who has bought the book to go leave a review of the book and tell your feelings, share what you got out of the book, because I need 100 reviews of this book before the end of the year. I don't want it, I need it. And we'd love to have 200 ratings for this book. And so it's doing very well over on Amazon. We got a 4.5, 4.6 rating on the book. That's very good among our peers. And we've got several great, excellent reviews. And I need more of them. So I need 100 reviews. We have 55 right now. And I need 200 ratings, hopefully 5 stars. We're at about 125 ratings right now. So I definitely need anyone who bought the book already and has read it and enjoyed it to review the book on Amazon and give us a 5-star rating. And I need anybody who has just ordered a book to give me your honest thoughts and feedback and eventually review the book when you have finished it. Would love that. Thank you, Annette. CJ Watson, thank you. CJ, I need to see a review from you this week, my friend. I absolutely need that. It would mean the world to me. We need that. Oh, you reviewed it under your real name, gave it 5 stars. Thank you so much, Lois. Appreciate you. Yes, opportunities over options. That's a good way to put that. Do you offer annual options for your membership? Yes, we currently do as well. We offer annual. So we have the monthly and we have the annual. And so right now, all of that is over at awesomecreatoracademy.com. We have pricing there. And so you can definitely enjoy that. And yes, we do have the replay of this video up later. So let's see. I think I covered what I wanted to. We covered making quality content. We covered that 3 hours in. We covered demonstrating value to the viewer 2 hours in. We gave you how to be consistent and We gave you the skills every YouTuber needs, scheduling your content with a full-time job, strategies that actually work for growing a channel. We gave you the making quality content by focusing on production quality, personality and storytelling, and performing and pacing. And then we talked about monetization and how to make your first $1,000, how to calculate that, and some options. We talked about how to approach diversifying monetization and how to pace yourself with that. And recently, we just did my diatribe on selling your own products. And again, I believe in both physical and digital products. Like I said, we are doing physical products. We're going to actually expand our physical products. We're going to have new merch designs. We're going to do motivational posters that you have printed for creators. I just want those to be quality. So we're going to have prints in terms of motivational posters for creators. We're going to keep you motivated, put that up in your office for your decor. We're going to have more of the merchandise, and I'm going to showcase it where more in the videos myself. We have the book. There's a second book coming. So we have the physical product stuff. We're working on the stickers. A lot of you like stickers. So we're working on the stickers, and it's a cheap, easy product, but we're going to make it quality. So we're working on the stickers. So we believe in physical products, but I do want creators to understand that digital products have the best profit margin. Excuse me. Digital products have the best profit margin. You can also partner with companies on producing products. Marquez Brownlee and iJustine partnered on the motion VFX packs for Premiere Pro, Final Cut Pro, and DaVinci Resolve to help video editing stuff. So they have digital products there. Marquez Brownlee and iJustine have also both partnered with companies on physical products. Marquez with his D brand partnership for the cases and skins for his stuff, and iJustine with Condor Blue on her hot pink cables and her licensing royalty on that. So there are licensing and co-branding opportunities that exist in terms of physical products as well. That's the other thing I'd probably do in a goodie bag. In a goodie bag, I'd probably also have products that are not just from me, but probably from a couple of your favorite and my favorite creators that we have in common. So yeah, it would be things like that. So yeah, oh, Gerald Undone did a co-brand with Condor Blue as well. So there you go. So, but again, I like digital products because I come from the world of graphic design. So I like that. And there's a reason that lets me have a skill set that plays in that world. We haven't done the online courses yet. We're going to do that. And that's going to add even more value because every new academy member that exists, new and old, will get access to all the new products, including any courses we release. They can buy them if they want to stand alone and keep them. But as long as they're academy member with all access, they will have it. And we'll be updating things. And we have every incentive to because we want to keep people in the academy and we want to create value for them. If people ban a standalone product, we don't also want to force them into an upgrade cycle of paying for something. If we gave you a product, we want you to have the best product we can give you. Even if you paid one time, we want a lifetime customer to be happy. And so that's the thought, because the thing is, if we make you happy, eventually you'll buy more things from us because you understand the commitment to quality that we have and the commitment to satisfaction that we have. Do you have advice for commentary channels to find topics? I have coached some commentary channels, and some of them these days are over 1 million subscribers. I don't want to name these clients because you would know them, but there are reasons, and some of them spicy here or there. Here's what I will tell you. One of the things with that, and the thing is, it depends on what people do, is I may or may not work with some commentators depending on where they want to go. Because there is a such thing as like, what environment are we creating on the platform and so on and so forth. But the thing is a general rule, I don't have a problem with commentators as long as they're not doing anything reprehensible, let's say, right? So I don't have a problem with commentators. I've actually helped a few channels that are now over 1 million subs that, like, I may not agree with the direction they're going in, but I respect them because they're very smart, very hardworking individuals, but I don't necessarily agree with everything they do. And I don't have to. I mean, you don't necessarily have to agree with every student you've ever coached, right? But what I will say is this. In terms of topics, you could look at the 5 C's I talked about: curiosity, conflict, controversy, conspiracy, and challenges. Now, challenges probably not going to be something that commentary channel can really do. However, curiosity, that's kind of a given. Controversy, well, duh. Conspiracy is the interesting one. Conflict is interesting. Between conflict and conspiracy, there's enough unique things to play with in terms of that. Between conflict and conspiracy, there's enough unique things to play with, and there is curiosity built in. So I would say that could separate and differentiate someone. So then how do they drill down? They would have to have a unique angle. That's where I think the conspiracy angle really comes in, but you have to be careful and thoughtful with that, because commentary is something that is very vulnerable to lawsuits and to copyright and DCMA. It's very hard to also monetize sometimes. So you have to be very thoughtful and you have to be very careful. I would say that there are types of commentary, because if you say commentary channel, usually you're talking about a channel that talks about or commentates on other creators. Now, the way that I would think about it is that is to some degree becoming low-hanging fruit. I would say there's a new evolving type of commentary. There's a new evolving type of commentary. And it's the type of commentary that talks about a lot of these corporations and companies. And so I think that that's becoming more interesting. Okay. So I think that. I also think that the type of conspiracy videos around scams that CoffeeZilla does are wildly intriguing and lend themselves to more storytelling, whereas traditionally commentary has revolved around drama. I think that, to your point, you're talking about truth speaking. I think that commentary that either focuses on social issues or entities, corporations, I think that has a massive potential and a massive audience and more. So I would look more into that type of thing. I like what Magnates Media is doing. Magnates Media has been one of my favorite channels to watch. And I like James Johnny a lot. And I've worked with him. We've coached together once. He had a very specific thing he needed. So I can't take any credit for his growth. He had a very specific issue he needed some help with. But he is one of my favorite channels, and I enjoy his thought around these different things. So there's that aspect of, I like videos for commentary that would go more on these bigger, more universal topics. And if you go more with commentary that is about companies or social commentary, the evergreen value is better and the monetization and ad revenue is higher than if you talked about individual content creators, drama, gossip, that kind of thing. That thing is kind of sensational, kind of spicy, but the ad revenue is always great. Monetization, demonetization, policy, community guidelines, strikes, there's a lot to lose there. But when you talk about companies, the way that Magnates Media does, when you talk about grander themes, the way that James Johnny does, and when there's the element of tension and conspiracy, or even when you do bigger stories, like CoffeeZilla does, when he goes after a company like a crypto company, then there's this evergreen value, higher ad revenue monetization than normal commentary would have, less people defending the subject of the video, and a very highly engaged audience and replay value. And there's replay value because if you do commentary that's about the latest scandal and news with like an individual, celebrity, gossip, whatever that is, you're just a tabloid. There's no replay value. Which means its monetization is not optimal. Optimal. Like one of the most optimal forms of monetization is the evergreen content and the replay value, at least getting a year out of the content, at least milking the content for a year at a bare minimum. So that's that's what I would say in terms of that. And Grizzly, you can name some people that you do watch. But again, the thing with commentary is, again, it's beholden to a news cycle. It'll run into the same problems as the 24-hour news cycle does now. And so I feel that it's better to cover long tail, interesting stories from a commentary standpoint, or to talk about something that is socially relevant that will never go away or not go away for a year or two, something that's culturally or socially relevant from a commentary standpoint. I feel like it's more everlasting, more evergreen, more monetizable, less problems, and you won't have a well that runs dry. You won't have a dry season, and you can't run out of ideas if you go that route. So like that's what I would say. The challenge is how starting a YouTube channel generates income during the course of growing the channel. The thing that I would say about that is you'd be surprised how selling things works better than ad revenue very quickly and very early on, because making your first $100 is damn hard in ad revenue. Making the first $100 in ad revenue is hard. In the process of growing, selling something where you make $10 a sale is better for a lot of people, whether that's with the Amazon affiliate program, some other type of affiliate program, or selling their own product, physical or digital. For people not in that situation, then I would say, for people not in that situation, I would say that being a freelancer is probably the transition to being a full-time content creator, because then you can get the time freedom, and then it doesn't matter that the channel isn't making money right away, because you have the time to grow it and it's not competing with a 9-to-5 job. And so maybe you burn out less. So that's the issue. You watch Turkey Tom, Moist Critical, and Noah Samson. I would say that Moist Critical is interesting because he can sustain daily content somehow, or near daily content. But I think every other person in commentary runs into the issue is what's new, what's popping, who's scandalous this week. And I think that is hard to navigate. And I also think it's hard to stay relevant indefinitely. I think Moist Critical is the exception. And I think that Charlie's personality, he could pivot away from commentary. And I wouldn't even call Moist Critical commentary. I'd call him a reaction channel, actually. I think Moist Critical can do what he does because he's a reaction channel, and therefore he can farm daily content. I think that for every other commentator, it's hard to find new stories, which is why I think that the best angle is to make essays, commentary style essay videos on things that will be relevant for much longer than a year. And I think that sometimes going after bigger companies is long tail, has more potential, because if you go after an influencer, you can only really attract their fan base or their haters. That's why Magnate's Media is so damn successful, because what he does can be watched a year from now and still be good. So like, I think that, like, again, same thing with James Johnny. You can watch James Johnny's video about the dark troop of self-help, or about self-help, the dark secrets about self-help, the is college a scam video, the cult of crypto, the secret world of mega churches. You can watch James Johnny's content like a year from now and not be bored, and it still be relevant, still be a great video, still be meaningful, still be like, perfectly fine to watch. Like, that's where it's interesting, is if you can become the Netflix within a niche, if you can become the Netflix of your niche, that's an interesting play. That's a very interesting position to put yourself in. So it's like, because I mean, if you can be the Netflix of your niche, instead of the National Enquirer of your niche, the Netflix is better. And there's more money in it. So it's infinitely more interesting as a strategy. You also end up less on the YouTube treadmill, to be honest, and you end up burning out a lot less. There's also some prestige to making that type of higher quality, higher edited, almost documentary / commentary, which is, again, another reason I think CoffeeZilla is massively successful, is because CoffeeZilla does art. He does this neo-noir art storytelling combined with conspiracy and commentary, and then the interesting, salacious subject matter of a scam or a Ponzi scheme or a crypto rug pull or something. It doesn't necessarily have to revolve around a celebrity or influencer. It could literally just be a shady, evil company you've never even heard of. And that's the even more intriguing part of the fact that here's like something really bad going on and right under your nose, and you've never heard about it, and yet millions of dollars have been defrauded. It's like, that's really intriguing, and it's different, and it has a level of being non-duplicatable. And so I think the problem with some niches like commentary and gaming, I think commentary and gaming and vlogging all suffer from how duplicatable the content is and how same the content can become. And I think it becomes harder and harder as time goes on to stand out in those niches, because a story makes you, but then also a story that you get wrong breaks you. A story that you get wrong breaks you. Or if you're covering a story on the ground in real time and then the facts change or other stuff comes out, it becomes very hard to keep up with. It becomes very, very difficult. But I don't think that James Johnny, Magnates Media, or CoffeeZilla would ever suffer from that particular problem. And I think that that gives them a distinct advantage over other commentary channels. And I think it's also why their storytelling is hitting different with people and is on another level. And I think it'd be very difficult to become a 1 million subscriber commentary channel that just covers influencers. But I think that when you reach broad subject matter that has a larger total addressable market of regular people, what would regular people who've never heard of any influencers care about? That becomes more interesting. Because that has the potential to definitely be a 1 million subscriber channel a lot more easily. And I think it's easier to maintain a channel like that. I also think it becomes a channel that improves from a quality versus quantity standpoint. And I think that not having to be beholden to a weekly or 24-hour news cycle becomes mentally healthier for the creator. I think it becomes more monetizable. And I think it's easier to get sponsors if you're looking for sponsors, if that type of video, because that type of video is more evergreen. And no one talks about this one. Brands and sponsors like evergreen content because they pay you one time and they get marketed and value for a very long time. But you can work it out in the contract. This is something we talk about in the Brand Deals Workshop. And this is something we talk about with the Academy members all the time. There are ways you could work it out to where you could arrange a video with a sponsor in such a way to where if they don't renew a contract with you after a certain amount of time that the content was agreed upon to be up in the contract, you can edit the sponsorship out of the video seamlessly without the audience even knowing or caring, or it not interrupting the content's pattern interrupt. There's a strategy for this that makes it much more interesting to get renewal contracts on existing sponsorship videos. But yeah, that's something we talk about with our members. And that's a strategy that, again, there's a very specific way to do that, by the way, both contractually and in the way that you edit the video and the way that you utilize the YouTube editor on the back end for this and the way that you do a follow-up strategy. There's a way to do this to get more renewals on the existing brand deal contracts to keep the segment in a video and keep getting paid for it after the contract is done by having a renewal in exchange for keeping that in the video, not keeping the video up, keeping the sponsored segment in the video after the fact. And see, you've never heard that from any of the vloggers that make brand deal videos. You've never heard that before. Not once. Yeah, Andrew's right. I need to drink water. I'm done here. Anyway, that's it for this weekend's live stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Nearly 5 hours. Jesus. Okay. I'm done here. Thank you for everybody who super chatted. Thank you for all the channel members. Thank you for everyone who asked questions. Oh, we got one more. Do upload videos get more reach compared to live streams, or is it about the same? My live streams get more reach than my uploaded videos. That is not everybody, but that's what's going on for me. If you guys go and you look at my YouTube channel and you go look at the live streaming tab, my live streams are doing gangbusters. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for the retention rates, y'all. Thank you for the watch time. Because that is how we do. But again, we'll probably do another one of these. If not this weekend, we'll do it the weekend after. So this has been great with y'all. Make sure before y'all leave the video that every single one of you drops a like on this video after you leave. Remember, we'll update the timestamps, but we did segment it at least so there's an agenda in the timestamps. So we'll be doing that. And like I said, I want to see more of you in Awesome Creator Academy, because that would be dope. If you have questions, you can hit me up here or in all other social media platforms. And also, we're going to end today's stream with the trailer for my book. And that's how we'll end the show today. But stay awesome, and I will catch you next time. Where's my book trailer? Up here it is. We're going to queue up my book trailer. Remember to buy my book, Create Something Awesome, How Creators Are Profiting from Their Passion in the Creator Economy, in Amazon and everywhere books are sold. If you buy it on Amazon, review it in Amazon. You buy it in Barnes & Noble, review it in Barnes & Noble. All right. Take care, you guys. I finally did it. I finished my book, Create Something Awesome, How Content Creators Are Profiting from Their Passion in the Creator Economy. The book is available now in paperback and in Kindle, where you can read it on any e-reader or device. And I'm really excited about this. The audiobook is coming soon, probably October 2022. Oh my God, it's so great to be able to have this book done, put it up on the bookshelf, and to know that all of you who appreciate it, you want to hear what I have to say about the creator economy, becoming a full-time content creator, and what the experience and lifestyle of being a content creator actually is like. This is the book. I put 20 chapters in here of the most important things I think that content creators could be focusing on today. I talk about the mental health aspect of being a content creator, getting discouraged, imposter syndrome, not charging what you're worth, and mostly actionable advice around monetizing your content properly, but also how to build an audience on your authenticity and what it's really like to start from zero, even today. So if you're interested, make sure you're checking out the book. You can order it on Amazon. You also probably order it in a lot of other places like Barnes & Noble, and it will be coming to other bookstores soon. Really excited about it. Thank you for all the support and love around the book and the positive reviews. Now go ahead and pick it up and make sure you